You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday night, May 11th, 2023 at around 11 p.m. Today we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Escape from the Asylum. Comes in 2 boxes, 2 parts. We're continuing our playthrough of part 1. 5 chapters in each box, 10 chapters total. Took us about 3 hours to play the first chapter, so if things proceed similarly, we'll finish chapter 2 in 3 hours, and then maybe we'll decide at that point whether we want to try to get in another chapter tonight or stop. I can see we've got some of the regulars here in the channel. If you're interested in joining, Jonathan, one of the regulars on the channel, has started a little mystery book club. And the first book that Jonathan is going to be leading the discussion of as a group is this book here, The Red Right Hand, which just arrived from Amazon. It looks pretty good, pretty creepy. An extraordinary whodunit that is as puzzling as it is terrifying. So if you're interested in joining Jonathan, and I will be there as well, to discuss that, Jonathan set up a Discord. He'll post a link to it in the chat. It's not the Discord for the Co-op for Two channel. There's a separate Discord for that. But I think Jonathan's plan is to start discussing that book June 1st. The only other thing to talk about, well, a couple quick things to talk about before we jump into it, is we have to decide what we want to do for Friday and Saturday. I've been streaming every night the last few nights, and I'm going to continue to do so through Friday and Saturday. We have a choice. We could either play that Be the Detective box, which might take us 2 sessions, or we could continue with this game and just sort of marathon through it. And I am quite curious to see how this game develops. It's clear that the chapters are semi-independent. I don't know what's different about part 1, part 2. Although the box says you can, after you play once, you play again as a second character. It seems fairly clear to me now that the 5 chapters in this box are probably 5 different characters. So I wouldn't be surprised if we play each of those 5 characters their first chapter, and then if the second box is a continuation. And one of the things we're really curious about with this system is how the continuing narrative goes. So there might be some advantage to just sticking with this game until we finish it. So maybe we'll take a vote on that, or you can let me know. There's a Board Game Geek guild for this channel where we plan out what to play. So if you are interested in joining us for a session, you should jump on that thread and let me know what games you want to play. Or sometimes people just say, look, this is the game I'm interested in, so please try to schedule it. Whenever you schedule it, make sure it's a schedule I can make. Stacy says that Stacy has played the Be the Detective games. What was your opinion, Stacy? While we're waiting for Stacy, Stacy has played the Asylum games. Okay, that's interesting. So the one complaint I had with our first chapter was that a bunch of the puzzles seemed quite ambiguous. They were solvable, but it felt like there were a couple of solutions that should have been reasonable and there was no entry for. Very minor. Little more bookkeeping. It seems I have to ask you all each video to click the like and subscribe button. If you want to see content like this, I would really appreciate it if you do click like and subscribe. It's not the end of the world if you forget, but it is nice to see those likes go up, and looking at them, I can see I've just encouraged someone to do it. So clearly that is the system. If you haven't yet seen, I posted 5 videos that Greg and I recorded reviewing Subterra 2 and its expansions. If you're interested in cooperative board games, that's the game that Greg and I really, really liked. And so I encourage you to check it out. You can check out the quick before you buy it for that. That's like 10 minutes long. And then we have an hour and a half just discussion on the game if you play it. If you don't have friends to talk about these games with, that might be a video you watch after you play it. Last piece of bookkeeping. On Sunday, we'll meet to play or discuss Dear Holmes. That's the weekly play-by-mail game. Calling it a game is a little bit of a stretch. The only thing I have to say is we're expecting the solution and it has not arrived yet. If it does not arrive by Sunday, we'll still meet. We'll just talk about theories for an extra week until we get the solution. But hopefully we'll get the solution and be able to talk and then read it. All right. Shall we open this up and get started? So I scanned and printed out a new timesheet, but put a bunch of them on one page so we could keep track of our entire campaign on here. Here was our first game yesterday. Took us 130 minutes. Doesn't count breaks and whatever, but I guess it only took us 130 minutes. And I've divided that by 3. That's the calculation I normally make when I convert from YouTube time to normal time. So we'll just put that aside. And then we took a couple of notes as we played. Okay, this was just my review notes. This was our note about room 210. One of the interesting mechanics of this game is that each room is in like an envelope of its own separate little puzzle. But sometimes you go in a room and you get an item that you'll use elsewhere. And then sometimes you'll go in a room and there'll be a puzzle that it seems like you're not ready to solve yet, that we'll circle back to in a future chapter. And one of the odd things, though, is that you can't, I was thinking when we were playing, it feels a little bit like an adventure game. Like we've got some items, we can keep them for the future and use them in the future. That seems like a kind of little bit of adventure game. But one of the weird things is we've got this map of the asylum that we move around through, but you can't choose to go somewhere. We can't say, okay, let's go into this room and we'll get that item we had before and do that puzzle. These aren't choices. You don't choose to go here. You have to play through the deck of cards for the chapter, and it will tell you when to go in a room. Rarely it has a choice, go here or go here, but you never just go where you want. All right, so this is our notes to remember where there's interesting stuff. And I put my review thoughts, and let me remind you guys, when you join me for these playthroughs, one of the things that makes this fun for me is hearing what you think of the games from a game design perspective or just an enjoyment perspective. So I'd encourage you all to have a little pen and pad nearby, and if there's a aspect of the game that you particularly like or dislike or have a game design thought about it, jot it down. And then when we get to our review section of the video, you can let me know or post it as a reply on the video if you don't watch it live. Okay, so here is our discard pile that we'll never see again. These are our items that we're carrying around to reuse. However, we've already used these for a puzzle. I suspect that we're never going to use them again. It might be nice if the game told us, hey, once you've used them, you don't need them again. But we'll keep them around in case we do need them again. That's our main deck. This is our replacement deck when it instructs us to replace a card. I'll just put that over there. These were cards that got removed that we should never need again. Our hints that we didn't have any use for. Hopefully we won't need if the full complement of detectives are in the channel. I won't need these hints, but if it's just me, I will. And then we've got our envelopes and our rules. So we'll just put this over here. We won't need this. Maybe I'll put the other stuff in there. Okay, we don't need our red right hand. All right, so I think we're ready to go here. Stacy says that her notes, I say Stacy is a her. Stacy's normally a girl's name in America, but of course there was Stacy Keach, who played Mike Hammer, although I think that was Stacey. Stacy says, my notes say episode 1 was really easy and episode 2 was more difficult. John says, really easy. Now I'm a bit nervous for going forward. Me too, because I wouldn't call chapter 1 really easy. We got through it fairly quick, but I wouldn't call those cases easy. They felt like they were more complicated than I expected, actually. All right, so chapter 2, we start with card 2. Are we ready to start? Anything else? So if you haven't watched chapter 1, you probably don't need to enjoy this chapter. I'm guessing there's not going to be much crossover in narrative, but you could tune away now and come back after you've watched that or stick with us. Okay, so here's our map to remind you where the first guy we played was Anderson. I forget his first name. Peter Anderson, maybe. And we rescued him. And I believe they all want their personnel file and then they exit. I'm not sure if that's true. He escaped through a laundry chute, but we're never going to encounter that again. All right, let's get out the card for chapter 2 start. Okay, so you remember the upper left shows us the characters icon, and all of our cards from this chapter should have that icon on them. This bank robbery was probably one of the best jobs you've ever pulled off. All you had to do was walk into a bank and distract the crowd while your partner cleared out a safety deposit box. Everything was going to plan up until it was time to make a quick getaway. The police cut off your escape route, and in no time you were in handcuffs. Take card 2613. Okay, so this character we're playing is a bank robber. Somehow he got committed. We're sort of getting the impression that people send others to this asylum when they want them out of the way. What they didn't know was that you had anticipated this scenario and already had a plan B in case the things went south. Suckers. You put on a good show for the jury. By the end of the trial, everyone believed that you were not right in the head at the time of the crime. So instead of 3 years in prison, you were sentenced to compulsory medical treatment in the local clinic. Take card 0389. You expected your partner to help you escape in a couple of days. 5 painfully long days have passed and you're still locked up in this hole. To be honest, you're quite fed up with playing the role of a docile patient. Cannot wait for your partner any longer. Guess you'll have to do this on your own. Wouldn't be the first time. Take card 6161. Okay, so it doesn't sound like we've been committed involuntarily. It sounds like we've gotten ourselves into this asylum as part of a scam. But now we have to escape. Open envelope, room 202. After lights out, you slip out of bed and rush to the door. You've picked locks before, but none of them were anything like this one. This will be a tough nut to crack. You've already tried, in fact, many times. When you enter the numbers, the screen lights up in different colors depending on the number. There must be a pattern that will help you crack the code, and you will find it. It has to be tonight. You won't be outsmarted by a door. Okay, so here's room 202. But we've been in room 202, right? This is the room we started out in. And we know how to do this room. But and this is the same. Oh, maybe we haven't been in this room. Sorry, we've been in a different room, but it has the same looking front. I guess maybe multiple of their wards have the same front. I think we were in 203. Okay. So 202 is new to us. I see a little difference between room 203 and 202. 203 has a little handprint and a thing. This one has some ripping wallpaper. Okay, so open up room 202 and we have the registration form for Ian Banks. Ian James Banks. He's divorced, age 32, male, blood type O positive. Date of admission 4/8/2019. Or 8/4/2019. Antisocial personality disorder and deviant behavior. Okay, so similar thing to before. We had one of these for our other character. All right, well, it's the same. It's the similar looking puzzle as before, but different. Before we had a mastermind where we had 4 guesses. He's tried these 3 codes, and before we had lights that went up for green, right and in the right position. Yellow was wrong, right number, wrong position, and red was wrong number, wrong position. Here we have a slightly more complicated situation where we've got, it looks like red, green, yellow, orange. Red, green, yellow, orange. It looks like 4 different colors to me. We're still looking for a 4-digit number. Well, the fact that we previously had a little mastermind thing makes you think it's a similar thing, right? That would make you think, this 0 is weird because it looks like a different color. But if there were 3 different colors, you might guess the 9 is the right number in the right position, that there is no 1, that there's a 7 and a 5 in the wrong position. That would be a little bit consistent with this 5 here. So are we thinking the 9 is right and in the right position, and the 5 is right and in the right position? And this is right, yellow would be right number in wrong position because it belongs here. And then we would guess that there's no 1, there's no 3, there's no 2, there's no 4, there's no 8, there's no 6. And then the 0 would be in the wrong position, but in the finale. So let's see. Does that sound like what we're dealing with here? Another mastermind similar thing? So then you would expect that the second digit is a 9, and the third digit is a 5. And then we don't have a 1, we don't have a 2, we don't have a 3, but we have a 0 somewhere, but not in this thing. So you could have a 0 here, or a 0 here. And then we think that you gotta have, well, there's our 5, there's our 9, but we have a 7 somewhere and a 0 somewhere. So there could be a 7 and a 0, or a 0 and a 7. I wonder if, what, is it possible that, but we have no way to, if that system is right, we don't have enough information with that alone to guess where the 0 would be and where the 7 would be, right? But then we've got this 0 that looks like a different color. What would you guess that might mean? That it's far away from where it should be? Like maybe the colors are based on how close they are? Do we have any evidence that that's the case? There's the 9 almost where it should be, and it looks like it's almost green. There's the 5 near where it should be and almost green. And there's the 7, and you might guess it should be here because it's almost green, whereas this 0 is quite far away, 2 spaces away. So it sounds like the channel is guessing, is sort of agreeing with me. Or at least Nicola is, and we know Nicola was the MVP of yesterday's game. So if you had to guess, you would guess the 0 is far away, so the 0 is here. And the 7 is very close to where it should be. Almost green, and so the 7 should be here. And then our final number would be 0957. What do you think? All right, shall we try 0957? Let's try it. This is one of our complaints yesterday. Like, we came up with a reasonable theory. It wasn't the right answer. And the question is, how do you feel about it? And let's just see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. 0957. 0957. Okay, well, there is a 0957. Let's see if that's the right answer. So far, I don't think we've found a card that wasn't the right answer. We've just come across guessed answers that we have no card for. So let's see. All right, looks like we got it. The lock finally makes that satisfying clicking noise, and you push the door open. Phew. You were starting to get claustrophobic in there. Maybe this is not much better than the prison after all. Anyway, you're not planning on staying here too long. Now, where's that exit? Down the hallway, you hear the sound of falling water and a man belting out a ballad that you would never be caught singing. If you wanted to keep your reputation intact, you tiptoe down. You would never be caught singing if you wanted to keep your reputation intact. You tiptoe down the hallway towards the noise. So we started out in 203 today. We just get out of our room. All right, and we hear some noise of falling water down the hallway. Where do you think that is? There's a shower room down here. So it sounds like we're walking towards this way. Sounds like we're walking towards the shower room. Okay, it says take card 3932. So this we're done with. I'm just going to put it away. I wish it might be nice if it told you when you were done with a room that you'd never be going back into it. I'm going to put this away here. 3932. Okay, down towards the shower. You reach the door to the shower room and crack it open. The culprit of the noise turns out to be a night guard. He is obviously enjoying his little midnight shower. He doesn't see you from behind the moldy shower curtain. Better not to interrupt the guy. You notice his uniform hanging on the hook near the shower. If you want to steal the uniform, take card 1189 or 84. It looks like 1189. If you want to leave the shower room, take card 7301. Okay, so this is something we've encountered before. This is the second time. We had one of these encounters in our first chapter where it seems like we were being given a choice that there was no way to know a right answer. And our choice simply switched up the order of encountering things. So I suspect, again, that there's no right or wrong answer here. What does the channel want to do? All right, let's have a vote. Do you vote for steal or leave? Type vote steal or vote leave. I'll make the case here that we are criminals. We might as well steal it. Looks like 3 votes for steal, 4 votes for steal, including me. So we're stealing it. All right, we can stop the vote right now. All right, so if you want to steal it, take card 1189. That is a 9, right? Not a 4 with a line through it. They could have done a better job here of not having that F curve right across it, but let's just assume it's a 9. 1189. I mean, we are robbers and thieves. Surely this is what we're good at. You reach for the uniform just as the guard reaches for the soap and almost grabs you by the arm. You freeze in place as he fumbles around, finally locating the soap and pulling his arm back behind the curtain. You take the uniform and quietly slip out of the shower room. Take card 9507. Is this card going to be his uniform? 9507. Okay. You shut the door behind you while trying to make as little noise as possible and then quickly change into the uniform. You reach into the pocket of the trousers and pull out a single key. It must be the key to the shower room. You insert the key into the keyhole and turn it twice, locking the guard in the shower room. You've disposed of the night guard, but there must be more. You cannot allow them to stop you. You could tamper with the phone line to cut off their means of communication. That way, they'll not be able to call for reinforcements. Take card 4933. I want to remind you of something. The rules say you can make some choices and die. And if you do, you just back up and go back to where you died and make a different decision. So let me just remind you, there are consequences here. All right, we haven't gone into any new rooms yet. Shower, but that didn't bring out a room. Okay. It says you could tamper with the phone lines. They'll not be able to call for reinforcements. Take the envelope for room 220, but do not open the envelope. You walk along the corridor until you stop in front of the maintenance room. You rattle the handle, but the door is locked. Near the door, there's a small screen. You touch the screen and it lights up. Looks like this room is maintained by some computer geeks who use their twisted sense of humor to keep the noobs away. All right, so room 220. So we walked up here to the maintenance room, and we're trying to get in. All right. So it wants room 220. There's the maintenance room. High voltage. There's the key code that lit up when we touched it. And then it says, take card 6927. I have to say, one of the most enjoyable ideas in this game has been this idea of these puzzle envelopes that are scenes of the different rooms. But there's something I want to do before we turn this over. I think I need to look at the rules again for one point. So we've noticed that on the back of these envelopes shows the door open, right? Even though thematically we haven't opened the door yet. So I think probably when it says do not open, it also means like don't even look at it. We shouldn't be looking inside the room if we can't. But it did say something about clues on the envelopes, and I want to see what it said there. Envelopes. So it says when leaving the room, put the contents back except for portable items. Okay, here. When instructed to take an envelope and not open it, examine the front of the envelope. It may contain a clue to the puzzle. Okay, so it does say front. So that my reading of that is that we shouldn't allow ourselves to look at the back. That's only when you open the room. All right, let's see what this lock is all about, but we should study this carefully if we get stuck. All I see is high voltage, and notice that 220 is a high voltage line in the US. Maybe a little bit of a clue here, these two things. Whoa, that's some small print. All right, well, that's the thing on the door, the keypad. Don't open it though, okay. Computer geeks use their sense of humor. Okay, well that's why we have these cubes. To open the door, answer the following questions. Number 1, a sysadmin has 3 mugs labeled 3-pin, 4-pin, and 3 or 4-pin. These mugs contain 3-pin, 4-pin, and 5-pin connectors. All of the labels are wrong. How many pins do the connectors in the 4-pin mug have? Seems like it's probably a binary question here. System has 3 mugs labeled 3-pin, 4-pin, and 3 or 4-pin. Mugs contain 3-pin, 4-pin, and 5-pin connectors. All of the labels are wrong. How many pins do the connectors in the 4-pin mug have? Three mugs. There's a 3-pin labeled mug, a 4-pin labeled mug, and a 3 or 4-pin labeled mug. So makes me think it's a binary thing. Nickel has already come up with the right answer. Let's see what we've got here. Let's think it through. So normally when we play these games, if it's an interesting puzzle that we want to spend some time on, we won't take the first answer in the channel. I'll just work on it a little bit. And let me just see what we got here. So if we write these in binary, the 3 pin is 1 0 0. That's 3 in binary. The 4 pin would be, sorry, not 1 0 0. 3 is 0 1 1. The 2's and the oops. Sorry, let's see if we can do it this way. What am I trying to do here? Oh, it's this cubes that's doing it. All right, let's see. Okay, 0 0 0 1 1 is a 3. Can't even see it without my glasses zoomed in there. Okay, let's see. A 4 pin is 1 0 0, and then if you OR those together, you get 1 1 1, which is a 7, for whatever that's worth. Doesn't really help. I was just thinking binary, or let me think. These mugs contain 3 pin, 4 pin, and 5 pin connectors. All of the labels are wrong. So Nick looks like he's already figured it out, but I want to think about this myself for a second, which I know makes these streams frustrating if I do, but after all, I need to enjoy this too. All right, let's think. I'm just trying to understand the question even. 3 mugs, 3 pin, 4 pin, and a mug labeled 3 or 4 pin. And then it's saying the mugs contain various connectors. All of the labels are wrong. If all of the labels are wrong, I see the logic puzzle here. If all of the labels are specifically wrong, then the only thing that can go in the 4 pin connector why can't you have 5 pins in the 4 pin mug? Because if the 5 pins are in the 4 pin mug, then the 4 pins would be in the 3 pin mug, and then the 3 pins would be in the 3 or 4 pin mug, so that won't work. So the only way for the labels to all be wrong is if the 4 pin mug has the 3 pins and the 3 pin mug has the 4 pins, and then the 3 or 4 pin mug must have the 5 pins. If you tried to put any other thing in the only other option for the 4 pin mug would be to put the 5s. Then the 4s would go here, and then the 3s would go here, and that would contradict the idea that they're all wrong. Okay, so the pins in the 4 pin mug have to be 3s. So that's our first answer to question 1 is 3s, the 3 pins. So that's that, I believe. All right, maybe we'll use a card for this. Now, you guys have probably already moved on, but I'm going to move on to the next one now. Okay, next question. 87 sysadmins answered a question. How often do you do backups? 34 of them said I always do. 45 said never, while 11 said only after a major data loss. How many answers were definitely insincere? Maybe I should move these here so you guys don't peek ahead. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's see. 87 sysadmins. They've got a total of 79. Okay, so they've got too many answers. Is that right? 79. They've got 90 answers. 87 answered a question. 34 always, 45 never, 11 said only after a major data loss. So we've got 90 answers. How many answers were definitely insincere? Why does having more answers... 87, I'm trying to understand how the excess answers map to being insincere. "87 sysadmins answered a question." So are we saying they can answer multiple ways? I always do. I see. Okay. Are we saying that the people, let's think, the people who said never, I always do never. So we're saying that some of these can be overlaps. In other words, the 11 who said only after a major data loss, that's interesting. Okay, let's think about this for a second. 34 say always. 45 say never. The people who always do, even if they also say only after a major data loss, only after a major data loss. The people who say only after a major data loss could be also people who never have to back up because they've never had a data loss. So we've got 79 total from the always and never. That means there are 8 people who didn't say always and never. Right? If 34 said always, 45 say never, that totals 79. That means there are 8 people who didn't answer always or never. So does that mean 3 people have answered twice? Is that the answer to this question? That's a little weird. Let me see. The chat says, I read it simply as if we somehow have 90 answers. Of our 87 people, 3 must be insincere. Yeah, that's the obvious answer that I've come up with. But it is a weird question. Because you could look at it and say, is it possible someone says never and also says only after a major data loss, but they never had a major data loss? Wouldn't those be 2 consistent statements? How often do you back up? Never. I only do it after a data loss. So then there'd be 0 inconsistent, but I think that's too weird an answer. So it sounds like we think that question 2 answer is 3 again, because that would be the number of excess answers. Let's move on here. You really need glasses for this game. Okay, a real sysadmin sleeps from 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. So far, we've got lots of 3s here. Real sysadmin sleeps from 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. and works the rest of the time. He has a sign saying, "What am I doing?" The same thing I've been doing an hour ago. For how many hours of a day is this sign wrong? Okay. So 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. There's our p.m. Okay, so 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. The same thing I've been doing an hour ago. So at 3 p.m. he's awake, but the sign is wrong at 3 p.m. But then at 4 p.m. the sign's right again because he's been up. So it's wrong again at 3 a.m. So as I read it, there's only 2 hours when this sign is wrong, and those are the hours where he's transitioning, right? So 2. Sounds like Matt agrees. 2 hours. Does everyone follow that logic? It's just the 2 hours where he's transitioning from wake to sleep or from sleep to wake. Okay, next. A sysadmin overheard 3 managers boasting. The first said, "I have the biggest salary." The second said, "I have the biggest salary." The third said, "No, you don't. I have the biggest salary." To which the first replied, "No, you don't. No, you don't." 2 of them told only lies. Which one told only the truth? Okay. 2 told lies. Which one told only the truth? Okay, so let's just see. The first guy says he has the biggest salary. He made 2 statements, right? I have the biggest. And also, no, you don't, to the third guy. Okay, so if he's telling truth, he has the biggest salary and the third guy doesn't. Okay. The second guy just said, I have the biggest. So if he's lying, he doesn't have the biggest. And the third one says, no, number 2 doesn't. I do. 2 of them told any lies. So told only lies. And the one told the truth. All right, so if 2 and 3 lied, 2 only says about his own, right? Yeah. If 2 and 3 lied and 1 was telling the truth, that's completely consistent. That makes 1 the one who's telling the truth. Now let's think of it the other way. If 2 is telling the truth, that's a problem. Because then 3 has to be lying, but 3 says number 2 doesn't. That would be a contradiction. So it can't be number 2 telling the truth. What if number 3 is telling the truth? That would mean number 3 has the biggest salary and number 2 doesn't, which would make this a lie, fine, but then this can't be, is a contradiction because this part would be true. So the only consistent thing is for number 1 to be telling the truth. Okay, so who told only the truth? The answer to that is person 1. All right, so there's our answers. Any disagreement? Nicholas said, I didn't understand your logic. Okay, let's walk through it. Here are the 3 statements made by the 3 people. One says, I have the biggest salary. And then at the end, he replies to number 3 and says, you don't have the biggest salary. So number 1 makes 2 statements. I have the biggest, and number 3 doesn't. Number 2 only makes 1 statement. I have the biggest salary. Number 3 makes 2 statements. First, he says, number 2, you don't have the biggest salary, but I do. So the only question is, which one of these are telling the truth? The other 2 must be lying. So if you say, well, could 3 be the one who's telling the truth? Then he's lying about, well, then he must have the biggest salary. And number 2 can't. Okay, that's fine. Now these 2 must be lying. I have the biggest salary. That's a lie. That's fine. But then this guy has to be lying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Then if this guy's lying, he's lying about this and he's lying about that. So that's actually consistent. All right. So that could be the truth, lie, lie. Okay, that's consistent. Let me back up and do this one again. If this guy's telling the truth, that's fine. This guy's a lie. But then if this is a lie, this has to be true. So that's a contradiction. That's not a lie then. If we pick number 2 and we say he's telling the truth, then this has to be a lie. But then this can't be a lie. So have I misunderstood the question then? All right, so I must have made a mistake. Maybe I've misread this. Let me see. The first said I have the biggest salary. The second said I have the biggest salary. The third said, no, you don't. Well, let's remember the salaries can be equal. So maybe we need to reevaluate it that way. No, that can't be right because let me see what the channel. Let me rewrite it. One says number 1 is biggest. And he also replies no to number 2. So to number 3. Number 3, no. Person 2 just says that number 2 is biggest. And then number 3 says, no, you don't. So he says, I do. No, you do. No, you don't. So 3 says 3 is biggest. And he says about number 2, says number 2 not. 2 of them told only lies. Which one told only the truth? So the problem is, so the question is, who told you the truth? If number 2 told the truth about having the biggest salary, then this has to be a lie. Okay, that's fine. That can be a lie, but that can't be a lie. That can't be a lie because if that's a lie, then 3 has the biggest, which we've already assumed is not the case. So that can't be the truth. If this is the truth, he says, I have the biggest and 2 doesn't. Okay, fine. Then this is a lie. That's fine. But then how can this... Oh yeah, that's a lie. It's a lie that 3 isn't. Okay, so that's fine. So it's number 3. Sorry, I don't know why we got so confused. That's completely consistent. Sorry, I must have tripped myself up here. When this is a lie, that's fine. That's a lie. And also this is a lie because 3 really does have the biggest. Okay, I don't know why we got tripped up over. I got tripped over there. Sorry about that. So 3, 3, 2, 3. It does make me think. It does make me worry about this answer, or least comfortable answer. Oh no, this is the one we're very confident about. That's the hours awake. Let's just read that part again, make sure we are reading the question right. For how many hours a day is this sign wrong? Sounds right to me. 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. Yeah, that's got to be twice a day. All right, I think we've got our answers. That took us a good chunk of time. I don't know where I got slipped up on that logic thing, but okay. 3, 3, 2, 3. Are we all ready to answer that? Any objection? Sorry that took so long. 3, 3, 2, 3. Better object now before I... Okay, there's our 3, 3, 2, 3. All right, so that was the right answer. Open envelope room 220. You enter the maintenance room filled with the hum of cooling units. We've opened the door. An eerie light from LEDs. You take a quick look around and notice an electric switchboard. You could mess with it to cause a power outage, but unfortunately a part of the switchboard is covered with a metal plate. Then your eyes fall on the telephone switchboard. If you simply rip out the wires, as soon as someone tries to use the phone, they'll know that something's wrong. No, you have to be clever about this. If you reroute the telephone line, then when somebody's trying to make a call, it would appear as if nobody's picking up the phone. Take card 7154. Okay, there's our 7154, which are instructions how to use that. Let's open up this envelope. So here we are opening the door. Creak. There's the room, and inside are a whole bunch of pieces. Like little puzzle pieces. All right, let's put this this out of the way here. See what we got. It's a whole bunch of wires. There's the metal plate that it says is blocking our, what does it say here? Okay. Electric switchboard, you could mess with it, but part of the switchboard is covered with a metal plate. There's the switchboard. There's the metal plate. It's a telephone switchboard. If you rip out wires, they'll know something's wrong. We want to reroute the telephone line. When somebody's trying to make a call, it would appear as if nobody's picking up the phone. Okay, and then this is the card we were told to get. To reroute the telephone line, hold the wires numbered side down with the dots and notches facing you. Follow these instructions. Hold the wires. Okay, so here's the wires. Numbers on one side. Dots here, okay. Numbered side down, dots and notches facing us, okay. I'm not sure what it means, notches, but okay. Follow these instructions. Purple wire should go under the wires next to the red wire and over all other wires. Let me just look at the back of this. So actually, on the back of this, you can see connections. So here are these here, and then here they are, and here they are here. So we actually can see what's under there. Those are these two right here. All right, that's a little tricky to wrap our head around. Maybe it's best to look at it this way. Okay, let me read this now again. The purple wire with one dot should go under the wires next to the red wire and over all the other wires. The blue-violet wire with 4 dots should go over the wires that are next to the red wire. The white should go over wires that are next, should go over the gray wire and then be weaved under and over alternately. The green wire should go under the wires that are white. Okay, so it's clear we can put this under and over these, I guess. The gray and red wires must go over exactly 2 wires. So we've got these dotted wires, purple, violet, white, and green. Okay. And then these are the other colors, right? These are the red with 4 lines. That's 4. Well, let's see. Is that, if that's red, then we have a gray. Is that the gray? And then we have a brown. Doesn't seem right. Are the colors... Oh, I see. I see. I see. Okay, so we've got 2 sets of wires. I almost missed that. In fact, we've got this too. Yikes. This is involved. All right, so it wants us to weave these. So let's see, before we're doing anything, hold the wires numbered side down with dots and notches facing you. Purple should go under the white, under the wires next to the red. So there's our red. Do we think they're gonna cross? I'm just trying to think. It could be going this way, or it could be going this way. Is there any way for us to have a preference? Purple wire, this top one, should go under the wires next to the red wire. Under the wires next to the red and over all other wires. So is it like this? Under the wires next to the red. Sorry. Under the wires next to the red. This might be one of these ones that's not well suited for streaming. Let's just try to play with it. And over all other wires. No. Under the wires next to the red. I see. Okay. And over the others. So there we have it. No. Under the wires next to the red. Over the others. Okay. So here is the purple. It's under the wires next to the red, but over all others. Right? So here it is. Over everything except for the two wires next to the red. Okay, that's correct. The blue-violet one, this one here, should go over wires that are next to the red. Over wires next to the red. But it doesn't say anything more about them. So let's just leave it here for now. It's over the wires next to the red. Nothing else. The white wire should go over the gray wire and then weaved under and over everything else. That's a pain in the ass. Over the gray and then weaved. Okay. So let's see. It's over the gray and then weaved. That's the white. The green wire should go under the wires that the white wire goes over and over all others. So the green wire under the wires that it's over and over the wires that it's under. So it's just opposite. So let's see. Green is weaving in to the opposite of white. Boy, this is quite elaborate here. All right, so there's the purple, white, and green. This one was ambiguous. Blue-violet should go over the wires that are next to the red. I don't know what it wants for the others, though. I guess as a default, I could just make it. Do we have more information about the purple? The gray and white wires must each go over. Let me see if I can bring this a little closer. Maybe we've got two different puzzles here, so let's do one thing at a time here. We're just working on this for now. Boy, this must be crazy. Okay, let's just see. Let me just see this last part. The gray and the red wires here must each go over exactly two wires, while the brown wire must go over exactly one. I think this is how we're resolving this purple ambiguity. So if the gray is over 2 wires. I'm assuming all these first 3 are completely determined. So if it has to go over this green, that must mean that the purple must be under it, so that it's over 2. Okay. The red wire has to be the same thing. It has to be going over 2. It's only going over 1, so that must mean that our ambiguous purple has to go under it. And I think that puts that like that. Okay, let's see. So red is now going over 2. The brown wire must go over exactly 1. Okay, well here it is going over 2. So that means this has to change. The purple can't be going under it. So brown is over 1. Red is over 2. White, sorry, gray is over 2. Now let me recheck the violet's thing. It should go over wires that are next to the red, and it does. So I believe this is our consistent answer. Let me just see if anyone on the chat is following any of this. So basically, just to go over the logic here, the first 3 constraints seem to uniquely tell us where these 3 wires go. Sorry, not the first 3, but 3 of the constraints do that. The blue-violet constraint, however, is ambiguous. It just says it has to go over wires next to the red. That's this one, the yellow, and the whatever it is, silvery kind. So then some of these constraints, this last one is the one that locks in what this blue-violet does in other cases. All right, so there's only one thing, like what do we get out of this? I suppose we turn this over, but what on earth? This could go like anywhere here, right? How do we, even if this is right, what on earth do we do with it? Hold the wires number side down, and we follow these instructions, okay? Now do we have to do this? Where are the wires? For all we know, this could be completely backwards. Is it like this? What? I mean, let me look in the chat. Align the corners. What does that mean, align the corners? Tell me what you want me to do. These could actually have to be swapped, but I'm not sure what you mean, align the corners. What corners? I think it goes like this. Like this? Is this what you're thinking? Or maybe you mean align these corners. I mean, look at all these crazy numbers. Nothing is You would expect these to be hidden. Is there some clue about... So one possibility is that this has just completely gone in the opposite direction. That this should have been on this side of it. But why would we think that? What would give us reason to think that? The Spamanite says we probably have to complete the other puzzle and look at numbers. If I shift this up a little bit and shift this back a little bit, we do get 4 numbers only. So if I shift these a little bit, we get 4, 5, 9, 1. But what would make us think that there should be this sized gap? Couldn't we get different numbers by moving it differently? Not really. Why would that be the right way to put it, though? 5 things. These are all numbered. 0, 8, 2, 3, 7, 1. How strange. Part of the switchboard is covered with a metal plate. So there's an electric, this is the electric switchboard. Then we notice there's a telephone switchboard. Is that this? Maybe this is the telephone switchboard. No, this looks like this. This is for this puzzle. This is the electric. We notice electric puzzle. We could mess with it, but it's got a metal plate. Then we see the telephone switchboard. Okay. If we rip out the wires, someone will think, now we have to reroute them so that when someone's making a call, it will appear as if nobody's picking up the phone. That sounds like a logic puzzle. But then we get this, which tells us exactly how to reroute it based on following these instructions. But why would it be this particular gap here? And this is the electrical switchboard for sure. What's this then? Is this a separate puzzle? Is this go with this somehow? Where are those wires? It says in and out. I don't understand. I don't understand why we have these extra pieces about some... we're told about an electric switchboard. I mean, I guess these are colors. How many colors do we have here? 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 colors here and 9 colors here. What does it want from us? In and out. Let me see what the chat has to say about this. Jonathan says, let's try 4591. Okay, I think your logic is good. Let's look at 4591, even though we can't come up with a great reason for why that. I think you're right. 4591. Okay. Well, there is a card labeled 4591. I'm not going to be too thrilled about it if that's the answer, but at least you were right to try it so we don't waste time. Yep, you were right. Okay. You connect the last wire and voila! The phone line is rerouted. You're almost out the door, but you notice a curious thing. An emergency panel for opening the doors to all the wards. That must be what this is. I'm not a fan of this system here. If you open all the doors, the patients will be roaming all over the place and no one will notice you slipping out of the building. Although your plan could easily backfire, it might just wake up all the guards and staff members and the whole place will be put on lockdown, which would be terribly inconvenient for you. If you want to try to open the doors to all the wards, replace card 8850 from the replacement deck. If you want to move on, replace card 1421 and then take a separate card. Do not look at the cards you're replacing. Okay, so we've rewired the phone. So we've solved this little annoying puzzle. Standing in front of us is an electrical panel with this blocked, but possibly something that's solvable. There are numbers that look like they're routed. So we could actually solve this electrical panel now. We could cause a power outage. So one option would have been to cause a power outage, it sounds like. But we rerouted the phone. Okay, and now we've got a new card which says that we notice this crazy panel. And if we can solve it, we'd open all the doors, but it could backfire and wake up all the guards. All right, so I guess we have to have a little vote. All right, but we're gonna take a break first. That was interesting. I mean, that was impressive little spatial thing, but I didn't like that these were we were given these and not told what they were till now. Very weird. We're gonna take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll vote on whether we're going to try to disrupt the doors or sneak through. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, and we have to make a decision now. I just adjusted the top-down camera a little bit. Let me just make sure it's still in focus. Okay. I tried to get it so it's a little closer to me here. If you're interested in starting a board game channel or a channel where you have top-down and front view cameras, multiple cameras, you might want to check out my series on micro studio board game video production, where I talk about, and my update where I talk about using a 3-way geared tripod head to adjust your stuff. All right, so we have a decision to make now. We went in this room, we found basically what looks like 2 or 3 different puzzles. We solved one. We may have 2 left. It looks like we've got one that's here and one that's here. This is clearly the electrical panel, which we're told about here. We're told we could mess with this to cause an power outage. So this is a really interesting thing. I think we need to dwell on this for a second. When we get this card, it directs us to this, and it says, well, you could mess with this to cause a power outage, but you can't see through this. And it implies that's the problem. That's the reason why we can't properly do this puzzle. But we have noted that we actually can see underneath this, and that might be sufficient. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's sufficient to solve it. But it's possible we could actually solve this puzzle and get a number and cause a power outage. Instead, we rerouted the phones. Not instead, though. We might still be able to do this one if we wanted to. So we rerouted the phones so they can't call for reinforcements. Once we did that, this happened. It's given us a choice. We could try to open all the doors. We notice an emergency panel for opening doors. That's got to be this. This is our panel for opening doors, I guess, or whatever it's going to reveal to us. All right, so the question is, do we want to try to open the doors or move on? So we're going to have a vote here. I want you to type vote open doors or vote move on. All right, get your vote in. Move on or open doors? We don't know if we're going to get new puzzle. We're probably not going to get new puzzle pieces because that comes within the room. You could ask, well, could we use do we know how to solve this? And if so, you might guess that this is about filling up this grid. Okay, we've got 3 people saying move on and 1 person, Dispaminite, saying open the doors and consequences are for people who can't solve puzzles. All right, well, 3-1 wins. We're going to stop the vote. The vote is complete. We're moving on. We've had enough in this room. So, since we're moving on, it said it could backfire, and it sounds like we've got a bunch of scaredy cats here in the channel. They don't want it to backfire on us. If you want to move on, replace 1421 from the auxiliary deck, which is probably just going to force us to do this puzzle some other time, is my guess. So we go into our deck, we find 1421, and we replace it with this new card, this replacement 1421, and we throw the other real 1421 away without looking at it. And then take card 7857. All right, so we're moving on. I hope you guys are happy with what you've chosen to do. You exit the maintenance room and begin slinking down the corridor. You pass numerous doors, but the plaque on one of the doors makes you stumble. Dr. Dark's office. You haven't had the pleasure of meeting the guy, but you've heard the nurses discussing the paranoid freak during lunch break. The latest word of mouth is he installed a brand new safe somewhere in his quarters. You wonder what he could possibly keep in this shabby clinic that would call for a safe. You cannot pass up an opportunity. Cannot pass up on this opportunity. After all, you don't have any money on you and you don't expect your partner coming to your rescue anytime soon. You push open the door handle and open the door. Open envelope room 208 and take card 1245. Okay, so we're leaving this room. So we're going to put the items from this room back where they belong in the electrical maintenance room. We've left the maintenance room and we've headed up to Dr. Dark's office. There we are at Dr. Dark's office, and it sounds like we can get right in. And we're going to try to crack his safe. So, to room 208. And we put room 220. I guess I'll leave it out here for now. Well, we've seen 208. That was the crazy deformity room, his office. Did we go in here? I guess we can just walk right in, though. I think before we had to get in, now it's open. Oh, yeah, look. Remember this? It's 208, right? Okay. Okay. So we're in his room. Sorry, cubes are confusing it. We went into 208 room. We found our file cabinet. Now it wants card 1245. Okay. You enter Dr. Dark's office and inspect the room. You don't see anything interesting. You check all the secret places where the safe should be installed, could be installed, but come up with nothing. Then you turn your attention to the old bookcase. Take card 2671. It's fun that we're back in this room, but with different challenge. What is our name? Jen Banks. So, but we've already opened this code. So I guess this guy doesn't care about his medical records. That was chapter 1 guy. This guy cares about robbing the safe. Let's see what we see on the bookcase. You run your eyes over the ancient bookcase. Most books on its shelves are leather bound and very old looking. You try to pull one of the dusty tomes from the shelf, but it appears to be stuck. You try a few other books with the same result. Slowly you realize that this is no regular bookcase. You've seen secret doors like this one before. There's always a trick to it. Usually you need to pull on the right books in the right order to open it. You need to figure this one out since the thing you're looking for might just be behind the bookcase. Take the envelope with the bookcase. Look for answers on the envelope, but do not open the envelope. Well, that's different. All right, so we don't need this one. We're going to put this one back in the thing. And we're looking inside room 208. So is that the bookcase that we're looking at? Or no, that looks like it's not really a bookcase. It must be out of view. Okay, it says get an envelope with bookcase. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it's a bookcase not of a room, but we're of inside Dr. Dark's room. Okay. And then here's a zoom in of this area is here. All right. So we need a 4-digit code. And I see we've got lots of books with numbers. Usually you need to pull on the right books in the right order. All right. Shall we zoom in on this? What have we got? 412 BC. Then we've got Doyle, Diogenes, Byron, Tolkien, Dante, Plato, Homer, Dickens, Poe, another Homer, Aristotle. Sounds like we've got 2 of everyone, right? Oh, no, we've got 3 of a couple people. Let's see. We've got 3 Jane Austens, it looks like. Austen 4, Austen 1, Austen 5. Homer, we have a Homer 2 and a Homer 5. Byron, we've got a Byron 1, a Byron 2. Poe, we have a Poe 1 and a Poe 2. We only have 1 Tolkien. We only seem to have 1 Dante. We have a Freud, 1 Freud. One Arthur Conan Doyle. Well, you could alphabetize them as before. What would that get you? A whole bunch of names and numbers. Can we look on the back of it? No, the back of it shows us what we would get if we successfully open it, so we're not allowed to look at it. Any theories about how you would get four numbers, four digits from this? Think of it in terms of pulling these in the right order. So which four books would we pull in what order? Who is the bust of? Yes, that looks like Plato to me. Or Aristotle. Could be Aristotle or Plato. I don't know which one that is. The game explicitly says you don't need the internet, so it wouldn't force us to look that up. We have had a previous puzzle where we went from left to right, top to bottom. So if you knew which four books, you could try to pull them out in that order. But then the way the puzzle was structured sounded like that was something for us to figure out. So what else do we notice? I noticed that some of the books are the wrong way or different way than others, right? Like most of the books have, well, I don't know. Most of the books on the top have the number at the top. No. Jonathan and Nicola are paying attention to the fact that the bust says something that seems to be relevant. Let me see here. 412 BC could be important. John says the statue could be telling us what author's books to look at. Interesting. Let me see. Where's my top chat view? There we go. Now everyone can look at it, except I can't quite see it. 412 BC. If you read that as 412 BC, how many books are there with a, well, that seems like a weird way to solve it though. 412 BC. B for Byron. Is there any other B? Byron's the only B. Do we have, what about a C? Do we have a C? We don't have anyone whose name is C. It does seem like the bust could be a clue. I find it very suspicious that we've got multiple by the same author. We have a 4 Aristotle, a 5 Aristotle, We have a 5 Austin, a 1 Austin, and a 4 Austin. I find that very suspicious. Nicholas says, I checked Google and 412 BC is the year of the birth of Diogenes. We have a single Diogenes book, yes, but the game is very explicit about not needing the internet, and there's no way that it's expecting people to know that 412 is Diogenes, so it can't require that knowledge. It's also very suspicious that in addition to these multiples, we have some books that are upside down. Like, look at those 2 Austins here. We've got 4 Austin, and then facing the other way is a 1 Austin. So you could imagine that one way we would solve this is by finding the books that don't belong and pulling those 4 books. Are there 4 books that don't belong? Could this be like almost a book code? Like it's saying 4 books. All of these books are the same way, except this one is wrong. This one is the only book that's the wrong way. What about here? They're all they're all the same way. It can't be that we're pulling these in order that we see them. That means something has to tell us the order of these. How would we find our first book to pull? The repeated names is very suspicious. How many people do we only have one book of? There's only one book of Freud. There's only one book of Dickens. There's only one book of Plato. No, that's too many. Ginny says, does the use of the word right as opposed to correct mean anything? Let's read our question again. There's no regular bookcase. You've seen secret drawers like this before. There's always a trick to it. Usually you need to pull on the right books in the right order. I mean, you could read that as being a sort of a clue that you're picking in the right order, but that would be sort of game breaking because it's trying to say the way it usually works is you have to pick the books in the correct order. So it would be a weird clue. Like if we found a note that said, pick the books in the right order, then you could say, okay, it's a trick note. But this is seeming to tell us what we already know, that this kind of a puzzle involves picking the right books in the right order. Surely that 412 BC has a very high likelihood of being our puzzle. Is there more than one book with those numbers? Yes. We've got Dickens 2, a Poe 2, a Homer 2. We want that safe. We want that money. Can we write out the names and the numbers with them? Okay, that's not a terrible idea. Let's write it out. So we've got 412 BC, the bust. Then we've got Doyle 9, Diogenes 7, Byron 2, Byron 1, Tolkien 1. I was thinking, is the highest number the number of books? Tolkien 1, and we've got Dante 3, Plato 6, Homer 5, Dickens 2, and on the second row we've got Aristotle 5, Aristotle 4, Homer 2. This is our first serious puzzle, it feels like. Poe 2, Austin 4, Poe 1, Austin 3, Freud 8, Austin 5. All right, that's the list as I see it. So you could imagine that 412 is like fourth letter of the alphabet, which would be Dickens and Dante, Doyle and Diogenes. What about that? 412, fourth letter of the alphabet. Doyle, Diogenes, Dante, and Dickens. One, two, B, C. You could count the books too, right? 1, 2. The Spamite says it might be as simple as alphabetical, but add the numbers for each name. Hmm. You're going to have a hard time adding digits because we've got 3 books by Austen whose digits would add up to 12. That would give us higher than a single digit. John says maybe we should group the authors by how many books they have. Single authors, 2 books, 3 books, 4. See if we get any group of 4 authors. Nicholas says, let's not forget we need to get a 4-digit number out of this. Yeah. All right, well, there's our things. Okay. We're just sort of working things. We're brainstorming, I guess, is the best way to say it here, by doing some calculations. Okay, who are our single author books? So maybe I'll make a different page for this. Okay, our single author books are Doyle, Tolkien, and our 2 books. Doyle, Tolkien, Dante is another single book guy, and so is Diogenes. Byron has 2 books. Plato's another single book person. Homer has 2 books. We only have 1 book from Dickens. Aristotle has 2 books. Poe has 2 books. Austen has 3 books. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that everyone? Freud has 1 book. Well, it doesn't seem to help much. Byron has 3. Byron, Homer, and Aristotle and Poe are 2 digits each. Okay, I've gotten lost what that means, what you're referring to. Maybe you're saying if you add them all up. One of the things that's tricky is the fact that there are just 3 digits. I think there are 4 digits that only appear in 1 book. 6, 7, 8, 9. The other digits are repeated. So let's see. You're saying the 6, the 7, the 8, and the 9 are only found in 1 book each. That is tempting information, like a little bit of a clue. So we've got Plato with 6, Diogenes with the 7, Freud with the 8, and Doyle with the 9. But why on earth would that be the answer? And what order would we do them in? Jonathan says, we also have a group of 4 authors with 2 books each. I'm not sure what the next step is, but the fact that we have a set of 4 authors seems promising to me. Do we have any author with 4 books? 4 books, 1 book, 2 book. It's just weird that 412 would sort of tempting, but it's only 3 digits. 3 is also on a single book. No, 3 is on an Austen book also. 3 is on Dante and 3 is on Austen. Down in the lower right here. Dispaminite says, I'm wondering for the 4 authors, we alphabetize them and then add their numbers together. What 4 authors? The 4 authors with 2 books? That can't be the right answer. There's no reason. There's no reason for that. You gotta have a reason why it should be 4 authors with 2 books. I suppose you could say the 412 is sort of bringing you in that direction, but then you have to come up with what the 1 is for, and you have to say why you're trying to add the numbers. There's got to be some rationale to it. Let's just think. Let's brainstorm some other ideas. So the idea we've been sort of playing with is that the arrangement of the books on the bookshelf is irrelevant, right? But that's not necessarily the case. It could be the case that the book placement is important. That the books that are horizontal means one thing. The books that are vertical means another thing. You could look for the books that are arranged oddly. We've got a couple of those. Although none on the top shelf. On the bottom shelf, we have an Austen that's in the wrong place. Jonathan says, I'm willing to try Dispaminite solution. Each shelf has 9 books with names on it. Not that. Maybe 4 authors have 1 number each. 4 authors have 1 number each based on 2 books in alphabetical order. I mean, I'll look up 9373, but I'd put good money that it can't be that. So I'm going to look up 9373 because I don't see any harm to it. No, there's no 9373. There has to be some logic to it. Well, this is the first time in our streams of this game that anyone watching is encountering what happens to us when we get stuck, which is we don't just jump to the hints. Instead, we sit and struggle, which is what we're doing. We're sitting and struggling. And there's no shame in that. And we want that safe. We want to get into his room, so we're highly motivated. Can we try, Nicholas says, can we try the books with unique numbers? There's something compelling about the books with unique numbers because when you pick a number, you're saying exactly what book it is. Okay, so what was our list of unique numbers? It was 9, 7, 6, 9, 7, 6, 8. Those were our unique numbers. So Doyle had a unique number 9. Diogenes had a unique number 7. Plato had a unique number 6. And Freud had a unique number 8. So if you do those in order, you get 7, 9, 8, 6. Is that right? 7, 9, 8, 6. Is that what you get? That's the unique books, the 4 set of unique books, alphabetized by the author's name. Seven, 9, 8, 6. John says, we have 4 Greeks. What could be the next step? It just doesn't seem like the game would require us to know which ones are Greeks. Nicola, 7, 9, 8, 6 is what I calculate for your theory. That is wrong. We should be marking marks against us on our time schedule. I'm going to circle these, even though I'm not going to really count them against us, since I didn't guess them wrong. So that's 2 circles I'm going to make, though. I checked 7, 9, 8, 6. If that's not what you get for your uniques in alphabetical, you let me know. Dispamonite says, another 4 digits I'm noticing is on shelf 1, the book standing vertical is 4 digits. 3, 6, 5, 2 is what you're saying there. I don't buy it. There's no reason it should be on the top shelf only. There's no reason we should be looking at only vertical. And certainly there's no reason to think we should go from left to right. What about that 412 BC? How would we make use of that? The Spaminate says, I don't either. I'm just grasping right now. Yeah, please don't. When I complain about someone's suggestion, don't misinterpret that as me saying, that's stupid. You shouldn't have said that. Like, that's the game we're playing here. We're all just brainstorming, spitballing out loud. And there is nothing wrong with that. But when we come up with something, someone has to say, the bust is Diogenes, which is one of the books selected by the unique numbers. But you can't require the people to know that that's Diogenes. When you've explicitly told people, don't use the internet, don't use their phone. So it could mean sort the books by date of birth of the author. No, there's no way. John says, we have one Diogenes book, right? And Nicholas said the statute date matched Diogenes. So what if we take the date and add the unique number? I don't understand how you're getting that. If you're getting that relying on knowing that that's Diogenes, that can't be right. I mean, I'm willing to look for it, but you're saying that's the bust of Diogenes. We take his first three digits, 412, and then we pull book 7. I don't buy it. It makes no sense. The whole nature of this puzzle is asking us which 4 books to pull. So if you typed in 4127, okay, so stop for a second. Okay, stop. This should have been obvious. I don't have a solution, but this should have been obvious in the beginning that Nicola was on the right track. Okay. So I don't know why it's taken me a half hour to realize this, but we're putting in a 4-digit code, right? We're communicating what books to pull. So it must be that these are unique numbered books. It must be that it's 7, 9, 8, 6 in some order. It must be. Because otherwise, any digit we specify is ambiguous about what book to pull. So I think it must be those 3 digits, as Nicola pointed out, of the unique numbers. Can we verify that we were right about those 4 unique numbers? There's only one 9. That's Doyle. There's only one 7. Could it be by date of their birth just based on general concept? I don't think so, but let's just make sure. So Freud is the 8. That's the only 8. Diogenes is our only 7. And then we only have 1 6 of Plato. All right, so if you did do them, are they obviously in order of birth? Maybe that is what what that bust is communicating. Like first comes the oldest. So that would mean Plato would go obviously first. And then you'd have to know Diogenes versus Plato versus Doyle. How are you going to know Doyle? How are you going to know Diogenes versus Plato without looking on the internet? I certainly don't. So that seems to suggest it can't be the date of their birth if this game is true to its word. We could try it, just order from left to right, top to bottom. That would be our 9, 7, 6, 8. Thought we tried that. No, we tried alphabetical, but we didn't try 9, 7, 6, 8. Okay, well, it's not 9, 7, 6, 8. But it's got to be those 4 digits. You don't need an internet to check birth years. You just need an encyclopedia. Okay, well, that doesn't help. That still counts. And we did alphabetical, right? I'm convinced it's got to be those 4. Now, how would you pick the order? Nicholas says, if you do by year of birth, it's Plato, Diogenes, Freud, and Doyle. It's worth a try. I agree with you there. Okay, let's see. Plato, Diogenes. Then if we do it that, we get 6, 7, 8, and Doyle is not. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. That's very convincing as an order. The fact that the 4 digits are 6, 7, 8, 9 makes me think that's the right answer. If it's true, though, it is. The game has lied to us. All right, let's see. That's a real guess. In fact, that's the first guess we've made that feels right to me. Let's see if it's right. But also, it would be the game lying to us. Unless there was another way to get the order. Nope, that's not right. Let me double check, because that felt like a good guess to me. No, that's not right. Well. At least the game didn't lie to us. I really love the idea that it's got to be these 4 books, though. Because they're the only ones that would you be able to communicate uniquely with 4 digits. So it's the Doyle book, the Diogenes book, the Freud book, and the Plato book. If you did them in order from left to right, top to bottom, you'd get 9, 7, 6, 8, which we tried. John says, do you mind checking 4127? You can give a double circle. Okay, I'll check 4127. Nope. No 4127. Nicholas says, sadly, I have to go. Now we're really in trouble. I'm going to give us a real penalty for looking up the one that was by date. And I'm going to give us a circle for that one. Or 2. How would we know the order? Is that 412 BC has to be telling us something, right? What is it telling us? Doyle, Diogenes, Plato, Freud. Doyle, Diogenes, Plato, and Freud. Ammonite says, I want to try 2145 or 2154. I mean, I'll do it for you. I'm going to try not to look up, not to pay any attention if I see anything else. 2145, 2154. Nope. Nope. It's dangerous to fixate, but I have really fixated on it having to be the unique books. Although that is a meta statement about how the game, for us to put it in, should we take a step back and see if there's something else that could be on this that we're missing? I noticed that one of the lamps is out. Anything else noticed above this area? Or below it? Let's read the instructions again. You rub your eyes over the ancient bookcase. You run your eyes. Most books on its shelves are leather bound and very old looking. You try to pull one of them, but it appears to be stuck. You try a few others with the same result. Slowly you realize this is no regular bookcase. You've seen secret doors like this one before. There's always a trick to it. Usually you need to pull on the right books in the right order. Maybe we need to do what was suggested before and take that literally. So if we think 9, 7, 6, and 8 is the right books, and we go in the opposite order from right to left, we would get Freud, or if we go from right to left, we would get Plato, Freud, and then these two are exactly equal. What the F? These Diogenes and Doyle are exactly lined up. So how would we go right to left on that? Do 4 of the books look new and the other look old? Nope. They all look similar age. Pull on the right books in the right order. But it can't be right to left because Doyle and Diogenes are identical. There has to be some other order. If we go with the right topmost book in order, we get 2, 3, 5, 6. I don't get it. I don't understand what you're saying. If we want just the right topmost books in order, we get 2, 3, 5, 6. I don't get it. Oh, I see. The right topmost books in numerical ascending order. I just don't see how it can be these books with multiple numbers, because if you put in 2, 3, 5, 6, it wouldn't know whether you're talking about this book or that book. Whereas the unique numbered books have unique explanations. Well, it's time for another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Get your coffee, get your tea. We may be here for a while. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. It's 1:44 a.m. here, Thursday night, and we've been stuck on this bookshelf puzzle for a while. I was saying that the one good thing about being stuck on this puzzle is that it's a fairly compelling, motivating narrative reward here, that we're going to sneak inside this guy's room looking for his safe, but I don't know what we're going to find. But if this was like the puzzle of reorganizing the phone wires, I would just be like, forget it. I don't care about the phone wires. Jonathan says in the chat, Jesse should check to make sure there's not some physicality here. Yeah, I don't see anything. This actually is, believe it or not, this is a little sticker, but so are all the little things where it shows an inset. This is a sticker too. I don't know why, but the game is clear about how you don't need to destroy anything. So I don't know why they used stickers and didn't just print it on these. That's very odd to me. But I'm fairly certain this isn't anything physical. And we're not allowed to look in it. So we have noticed that this light is on. The other thing we might want to consider is that this is the room of Dr. Dark. Let's try to think out of the box a little bit. This is we're in room 208. It's Dr. Dark's room. Look for your answers on the envelope. Let's take a closer look at this rest of this envelope. And the bookshelf. I have become convinced that it's got to be those 4 unique books, but I'm leaving open any other possibility. And he's written it on the wallpaper. He's marked up the bookshelf in some way. Is there any markings on the bookshelves that would point us to? The problem is we're not even looking for the books now. I'm convinced I know what books it is. I just don't know the order. So the bad news I have for you is that I am not inclined to look at any hint anytime soon. So you might want to mentally prepare yourself. It's 1:47 a.m. You might want to mentally prepare yourself for me sitting here for another 2 hours on this. Doesn't mean you have to stay around with me. I'd love the company. But I'm not inclined to look for a hint. Mainly because we've sort of coasted through most of these puzzles, so we should be thankful that we've got a hard one. The Spamanite says, can we try 3279? Yeah, I'm happy to check guesses and worry about it after if it turns out. No 3279. You guys seem to be giving me a little bit of pushback about whether you don't seem to buy into my idea that it has to be the unique numbered books. That troubles me. Jonathan wants to try 7214, sure. Nope. How could we get an order? If I told you the books were the 9, the 7, the 8, and the 6, Doyle, Diogenes, Plato, and Freud. This could be one of these things where I did a lookup and it was wrong. Let's make sure that didn't happen. If you organize them alphabetically, you get Diogenes, Doyle, Freud, and Plato. 7, 9, 8, 6. Let me just make sure that sometimes these cards stick together. We've played a game of Chronicles of Crime where we looked for a half hour for a card. Turned out they were stuck together. So if we were to do it in alphabetical order, Diogenes, Doyle, 7, 9, 8, 6. Make sure. No. I mean, one halfway of cheating would be to look for those 4 different combinations of those 4. It can't be random, though. There has to be some logic to it. Where's our... That 412 BC is so tempting because it's information of a different form. But maybe we're getting hung up. Could it be size of the numbers? Because those look different, right? What about size of numbers? If you went by size of numbers, is there a clear order? Does it look like Plato would be the smallest, then Diogenes, then Freud, then Doyle? Because Doyle's number is pretty big. So if you went in that order from smallest to largest, but why wouldn't you go largest to smallest? I mean, there has to be some logic to it. But if you did go in order, you'd go 6, 7, 8, 9. We tried that already. That was what was so compelling about that 6, 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me just check for that again. That was my best guess. Let me make sure cards weren't stuck together. Nope, no 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, more guesses here. 2, 5, 5, 6. No. And I think I tried Jonathan 7214. No. Okay. The other clue we have is this part about, this would bother me if this was the solution, but pull on the right books in the right order. Did we try 9876 going opposite? 9876. That's not the right answer. We've sort of clicked off a million little clicks here of errors. $412 BC. How would you get orders out of these? How would you get orders out of these? If I told you the books were Doyle, Diogenes, Plato, and Freud, how would you get orders? Could go alphabetically. We tried that. You can't go by length of their name because some of them have the same name. You can't go by rightward extent because Doyle and Diogenes are exactly horizontally correct, same extent. Jonathan says, here's another odd thing we might have said before. 4, 1, 12 added together is 7. And 7 is Diogenes, which we think the statue is. Well, that's interesting. 4 times 2 plus 1 is 9. 4 times 1 plus 2 is 6. And 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7. So there's ways to get those numbers out of doing arithmetic on that 412. 4 times 2 plus 1 is 9. 4 plus 1 plus 2 is 7. 4 times 1 plus 2 is 6. 4 times 2 plus 1 is 9. And we add them all together, we get 7. How do we get the 6? 4 times 1 plus 2 is 6. So you can add them and multiply them to get 6, 7, 9, but that's just a very strange thing. How on earth would we get an... That's just a very weird way to get 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's a weird coincidence if it's just a coincidence, but even if that wasn't a coincidence, how does that give us an order? Why would 4 times 1 times 2 be preferred to 4 plus 1 plus 2? So if you multiply them all together, you get 8. If you add them all together, you get 7. You can get 9 out of it by multiplying them in weird orders. 4 times 2 plus 1. But why would you have any specific order to do that in? What about height of books? I just don't know why that would be the case. I suppose if we're trying to think outside the box, we could measure our 4 books. That's Freud. These are 8. Doyle is a little bit bigger. But then Doyle and Diogenes are the same, so that doesn't work. It can't be height. I suppose you could try thickness of book. Are they different enough in thickness to give you an ordering? Don't know why. I mean, it's interesting. At a certain point, when you start solving these, you start trying things that you are going to be angry if it's true, and that would absolutely be one of them. So they do seem to have a thickness ordering. The thinnest would be Diogenes, then Doyle, then Freud, then Plato. So if you did them in order of thickness, you'd get 7, 9, 8, 6. Did we try that already? We did try that already. 7, 9, 8, 6. I'm going to look it up again. Nope. Boy, we've done a lot of just random looking in the deck. I really dislike that. I really dislike when I get so frustrated. It increases my frustration level severely. Every little random peek that's wrong frustrates me. But you start sort of grasping at straws. It's rarely the case it's very, very rarely that a grasped straw is a solution to a puzzle. It's almost always some logic that's missed. $4.12 before Christ. 4:12. This Spamonite is heading to bed. Well, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your help and brainstorming. This would be a good time to maybe put on the automatic commenting stuff. I'm going to put on the automatic comments so these pop up while we're playing. It's 83 degrees in this room now. Can we try 3279? Sure, we can try whatever you like. 3279. I thought we tried that. Let me check it again. Nope. Can we try 7? Oh, you know what? It's I see. It's lost its place with its automatic. That's my fault. All right. Let us think. These are the moments one should not run away from. This is where we learn something when we're stuck. So, according to YouTube, there are 9 concurrent viewers. But that's probably Jonathan, Dispaminite, who's about to sign off, and 7 other people who are just have this on in the background with the sound off, waiting to see if we ever move on from this puzzle. I feel like I've sort of cast my lot in with this theory that it has to be the unique numbers, and I'm sort of stuck on that. I'm not going to let it go until someone tells me some other way to come up with an order. Let's try to pull back, squint our eyes. Is there any pattern we see? Are there groupings of books? They are grouped in interesting ways, right? Like there's 2 books vertical. 1, then there's a group of 2. And a group of 5. Is this all one group or is this a group? John says it seems odd that we need to figure out the books and the order. There's always a trick to it. Usually you need to pull on the right books in the right order to open it. You need to figure this one out since the thing you're looking for might just be behind the bookcase. It better be behind the bookcase. Look for the answers on the envelope. So it's clear that it's telling us that the answers are on this envelope. Let me move the map out of the way. It's Dr. Dark's room. Could that help us, knowing his name is Dark, D-A-R-K? Do we have D-A-R-K in our list? We've got Doyle, Diogenes, Plato, and Freud. That does not help us. We've got 412 BC, which is very frustrating to have 3 digits and then a BC, whatever that is. 412 BC. Got 1 light on. That looks like it might be a clue, but it could also just be a total thing. Is there anything like you could imagine that there might be numbers written somewhere? Any sign of numbers? Maybe we look outside the box. Do you see any numbers embedded in that wallpaper? Let's see. Jonathan says, can we try 5256, which is the rightmost books on both shelves in alphabetical order? Okay, that sounds insane to me, but I'm happy to try it. 5256, huh? Nope. Is there some pattern to the groups of books? Like Doyle is all by himself. Diogenes is in a pack of 3. Plato's in a pack of 3. So that doesn't help us. And Freud's in a pack of 1. We tried 6, 7, 8, 9. We tried 9, 7, 6, 8. Did we try it in reverse order? 9, 8, 7, 6. Let me just look for 9, 8, 7, 6, just for the hell of it. No. Oh, 9, 8, 7, 6. What's the way to break? What's the way to break through when you're stuck? Think outside the box. How would you indicate an order? One possibility is that there's something innate about the books that tells us their order, like if we were to sort them by thickness or height or position on the bookshelf. Another would be if there's some other indicator somewhere on this envelope. Nothing physical other than this. This is physical, but it's clearly not all the puzzles have that physical paste. And there are books up top that are arranged by color. Too many colors and too nonsensical in order. I don't see any markings on the bookcase wood that would help us. That 412 BC is screaming out at us that it's relevant if we could only figure out how. This would be a good thing to bet on. Would you bet, Jonathan, would you bet that when we get the answer, we're going to feel it was fair and tricky and hard? Or when we get the answer, are we going to be frustrated? maybe Doyle is taller than Diogenes. Let me go back to my height thing. If you were going by height, there's your Freud. Plato's a little bit bigger. They're just too close in height. It's insane. Can't be, can't be, can't be. Doyle has 1 line on the book. Diogenes has 0 lines on the book. Freud has 2. What does Plato have? That doesn't work. Jonathan says, I'm mixed. We've tried a lot of iffy ideas so far. None of them worked. I guess it seems like it will probably have a logical solution, but I don't feel like we've been given enough setup. Yeah. If you did want to go right to left, and you did say that Doyle was slightly more rightward than Diogenes, which really seems like a dubious claim, but I guess it might be true. And you went from right to left, then you'd say Plato, Freud, Doyle, Diogenes. So 6, 8, 9, 7. 6, 8, 9, 7, going from right to left. Plato, Freud, 9, 7. What do you think about that, Jonathan? It relies on these two being... I mean, I guess this is more rightward, but boy... Jonathan says, I'm not going to like it if that's the case. Jonathan, I am with you, buddy. I am with you. Like, if that's the case, if that was the solution, then the difference in rightward position should have been much more dramatic. And also, I don't like it because of right. But I don't think that's going to be it. But let's try that. What did I say it was? 6, 8, 9, 7. 6, 8, 9, 7. Okay. I am not going to like it either. It's not going to be it, surely. Nope. 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 I was thinking that might have been it. I really was. So this is totally unreasonable. At some point, we're going to stumble on the right answer just by combinations of these digits. But if you ordered these digits, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you use that 4, 1, 2, there is something odd about like those 3 digits, 4, 1, 2, are all in the range of 1 to 4. So if you took that to be the order, you'd say it's the 4th one, which would be a 9. then the first one, which is a 6, then the second one, which is a 7, and then that would leave you with the 8 by default. That is totally unacceptable. I'm going to look it up anyway because I got nothing better to do. 9, 6, 7, 8. Nope. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on with this puzzle? What does this tell us? It's very common in these games for us to be flailing about like this when it served no purpose. That when we got the right answer, we knew it instantly. What are we missing here? What are we missing? The right books in the right order. So just brainstorming. You've seen some use of number sequences. If you could find a way to turn that 412 and generate additional digits, you could imagine getting the digits of 6, 7, 8, and 9. 6, 7, 8, and 9. But in a different order. Anything unusual about that Freud book? Let's read this again. You run your eyes over the ancient bookcase. Most books are leather bound and old looking. You try to pull one of the dusty ones. It appears to be stuck. You try a few others, same result. You realize this is no regular bookcase. You've seen secret doors like this one before. There's always a trick to it. Usually, you need to pull on the right books in the right order to open it. You need to figure this one out, since the thing you are looking for might just be behind the bookcase. Take the envelope with the bookcase, look for answers on the envelope. Do not open the envelope. Sure feels like we have everything we need here. Oh, strange. John says, I really don't know what's significant. The fact that most books are old and dusty, the use of the word right, the statue, yeah, this is where things get frustrating, when you just have no idea and you start grasping for straws. I'm not sure we have ever looked at a hint in any game I've played in years. We might have looked at something to make sure we weren't missing an item. We've been on the air for 3 hours. Well, we're certainly not playing 2 chapters tonight. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll go for at least another, or I'll go at least. Jonathan Warner says the night is young. It's 2:26 a.m. We'll certainly go till the hour, till the next break. So that gives us like 20 minutes. We'll certainly go for 20 minutes. Then we'll take another break and we'll reconsider. It might be nice to just sort of like let go of this puzzle for a second and just ask, like, what could that 412 BC, what could it possibly, how could it possibly give us ordering information? Logically, without grasping at straws, what could it, how could it give us ordering information? It could have said fourth number, first number, second number, and then something, but I tried that, it didn't work. It could be telling us like the book with the 4 in it, the book with the 1 in it, the book with the 2 in it. That didn't work. BC. We've tried ordering the books in natural ways, by height, by position from right to left. That didn't seem to work. And once you try a couple and it doesn't work, that tells you there can't be some natural ordering of it. It has to be something else. We have tried to find other clues on the envelope. The only thing that even looks remotely like a clue is the fact that there's only one light here. I don't see any pattern in the wallpaper, although you could imagine missing it and that being like the key. I just don't see it. I don't see any numbers. It's not glow in the dark, right? What about Jonathan's theory about dusty? Might you expect the books to not be dusty that are used? It doesn't help you with order, though. It doesn't help you with order. Look for answers on the envelope. What if we cheat and look at the back side? Any help there? Not really. And it does seem like that would be cheating. My brain comes up with ways to justify cheating in different ways. I mean, I see a clock here. I don't know how that helps us, though. This guy's name is Dr. Dark. He's in room 208. That doesn't help. Feel free to take a half-hour break, Jonathan, and just get some running on the treadmill going or whatever you need to do. I wouldn't mind if it wasn't 85 degrees in here. I may turn on the air conditioner on low, since there's not much talking going on. I'm looking for all sorts of things. I'm looking for patterns in the spaces between books. I'm going to look up 9786, which is what would be if I read it from left to right. Nope. I'm tempted to look for the combination of those 4 digits to get the answer and then try to backfill it to reason backwards, but I suppose that's not much different than looking at hints. I'm really fixated on it being a combination of these 3. Nicholas says, I'm back for a few minutes. While I was away, I thought that maybe we should focus on the Greek authors. But I see you already tried that. Well, I certainly didn't try it. I am totally fixed on the idea of it being the unique numbers, but that could be wrong. If we focused on the Greek authors, and what would we get? Diogenes, Plato, Homer, and Aristotle. That would give us 4. But you can't add up. Well, can you add up Aristotle's numbers? Maybe you can. So Diogenes would be 7. Homer would be 7. Plato would be 6. And Aristotle would be 9. So you could add up the Greek ones and get 4 digits. All right, let's think about that. I think that's what Dispaminite was really focused on, but let's think about this for a second. If we add up if we take a look at the Greeks, what do we have? We have Diogenes, 7, Plato, 6, Homer, we have a 5 and a 2, and then Aristotle, we have a 5 and a 4, right? Okay. So the benefit of that is we have 4 Greek authors. If you added them up, you'd get 7, 6, 7, 9. Now, 7, 6, 7, 9, although we wouldn't know what order to do them in. If we did them alphabetical, it would be 9, 7, 7, 6. If we did Aristotle, Diogenes, Homer, and then Plato. So 7, 6, 7, 9, and 9, 7, 7, 6. Did we try these? Let's try. This feels like we must have. So 9, 7, 7, 6 is wrong. What about 7, 6, 7, 9? Why would it be that order, though? 7, 6, 7, 9. No. Wow, we have tried so many things. The other reason why that's so unpleasant as an idea to add up their numbers, etc., is because we're told very clearly that what we're doing is pulling books in an order. So adding up the 2 books from Homer, Homer 5 and Homer 2, to get 7 makes no sense. It just makes no sense at all. Clearly, we must be telling it which books to pull. And for that to make sense, they have to be the unique books. Jonathan says we could also try throwing out the duplicate numbers from the Greeks. We could throw out the 2 5s. That way we have 4 unique books. But in what order? Why on earth would we do that, though? Like, on what grounds would we have to just throw them out because they're duplicates? That's just not reasonable. Nickel, you were gone when I concluded that your strategy was exactly the right one. There are only 4 books with unique numbers. It must be those 4 books in some order. All right, I'm going to look for an order for those 4 unique numbers. This is cheating, but it's cheating in a specific fashion. I believe it should be 9768. I'm going to look for some combination of 9768. And if it's not that, then I'm going to be upset in a different way. Okay, so that's wrong. Now I'm upset. Yeah, now I'm upset. Because it feels to me like That is just really unfair. So everything I've been focused on is wrong. Yeah, well, we're now back in key enigma territory where I'm not happy. Now I'm really unhappy because now there is no way to give it 4 digits which say what books to pull. That we're going to have to come up with 4 digits that are ambiguous, and the game is going to decide what they meant, which books we really meant. That's really, really irritating. All right, then let's go back to the theory that it's the Greeks. Combinations of 4, 1, 2, 7, the Diogenes numbers. You can't, if that's a number set that I don't know, it's unreasonable to expect someone to know that. Oh, I am not happy that this game is not using the 4 unique numbers. What about the mention of leather-bound books from the card? That did not seem significant to me. He's basically just saying, most are leather-bound, very old-looking. You try to pull one of the dusty tomes, it appears stuck. You try a few others, you realize no regular bookcase. I mean, now that we have thrown out the window the idea that it's got to be these 4 unique books, we could, and we don't even know what numbers they are, you could try to look for which books don't have dust on them, but I can't tell. I don't see any good way to tell which have dust on them. If you look up here, that doesn't help any, does it? Well, now that I'm already upset, I'm inclined to say we're going to take a break at this next hour mark and then look at a hint. What does everyone think about that? Type vote hint or vote no. If you vote no, we'll spend another hour before looking at a hint. If you type vote hint, the plan will be to get a hint when we come back from the next break. I would be very happy with either. If you feel like, I mean, we're going to regret taking a hint, surely. Surely we're going to take a hint and be upset at ourselves for spending 2 hours and giving up. But on the other hand, there is a limit, and I'm already justifying it by how angry I am at the fact that it's not these 4 numbers. If you want, you can abstain. The vote is still going. I'm just going to see if I can't leave this on the thing. Nicholas says, the lamp on the wall is only one lit bulb. Is it significant? I asked that as well, and I could not make any significance from it. What if it just wants us to pull the bust? So we type in 4112. Let me just look up 0412. Thank God that's not the answer. 2 votes for hint. Okay, wait, stop. Stop. Got an idea for you. Although it doesn't quite work. So here's it looks like the vote is for hints, but let me stop for a second. Let's think this through for a second. So I said I was most angry at the idea that it wouldn't be the 4 unique numbers, because that would be the only way to not be ambiguous. But there is another way it could sort of not be ambiguous. And that would be if they were all the same number. But that would assume order didn't matter. But there's no book that's mentioned there's no number that's mentioned 4 times, right? But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, if we say, pull out the 1 book, well, we could be talking about Tolkien 1 or Poe 1. But if there's 3 1 books and we say 1 1 1 1, then it's not ambiguous anymore. We're saying pull out every 1 book. Are we missing a number that there are 4 of? There's 1 2 3 ones. How many 2s? 2 2 2. There's 3 2s. 1 2 3. Wait a minute, there's 4 2s. There's 4 2s. Byron, Dickens, Homer, and Poe. 4 2s. There's 4 2s. 1 2 3 4. I'm going to look up 2 2 2 2. Anyone want to guess whether this is going to be it? I know you're not going to guess that, but well, there's 2 2 2 0 for what it's worth. Ugh. That doesn't make sense. Ryan, we've been working on this puzzle for maybe 2 hours. Stuck here. That was a nice idea of mine, though, that if you pulled all the 2s, it might work. But then, Again, that would make note, that would not have an order to it. Nicholas says, I'm noting that the Austin 3 and 5 are consistent with each other while the Austin 4 is different. The problem is whatever mechanism you use to pick the books doesn't seem to give you an order. So you have to have a way to get the books and the order. Just don't see how. Fourth letter of the alphabet is D. We do have 4 Ds: Doyle, Diogenes, Dante, and Dickens. 9732. Sure, we've tried that. I hate to just keep going through this randomly looking for things. I'm sure we tried that. Yeah, that's not right. Well, we haven't worked out anything. We've just struggled. Struggled. We have to find a 4-digit number that's supposed to say which books get pulled in what order. This is all we've got. So what 4-digit number tells us what books to pull in what order? John says there is the filing cabinet. I don't know. I don't think we're in that room anymore. I think we left 208 filing cabinet room. We've gone to an interior room in 208. That's its own little mini room. Is there any sense in which, like, here's our first digit 2, and this is our next digit, this stack, our next digit, this stack, our next digit, this stack? That doesn't work. Too many books. There are 9 named books down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd kill myself if that was the answer. I'm not even going to look. That makes no sense. Well, you may be witnessing the first time in any of these games that we've given up and gone for a hint, but I think it's about to happen. We're going to take a break here for 8 minutes, and then I think we're going to come back and take a look at a hint. I'm not happy, and I'm getting ready to go on tilt if this puzzle's not good. We better be happy with the solution when we read it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I've gotten my whiskey in case we need it. But Brian from Game Brigade, who's just joined the channel after us trying to work on it for 2 hours without even knowing about the weird clue, talking about right, has pointed out that only 4 books face to the right? Dickens, Homer, Dante, and Austen. Those are the only books facing to the right. Oh, Ginny says that? Let me see in the chat. Who did say it? Dante 3, Homer 5, Dickens 2. Okay, Ginny said that. Boy, that is awfully compelling. The reason is that here is our clue. And it says, usually you need to pull on the right books in the right order. And we thought, we wondered if right was a little clue to us here. But then, so do you think we would do them in this order? 3, 2... Where's our 5, 3, 5, 2, 4? On what basis would we pick an order? All right, well, let's try these combinations. There is something very compelling about the fact that there are only 4 pointed to the right. So 3, 5, 2, and 4 would be the 4 numbered books. 3, 5, 2, and 4. If we did them in this order, though you could imagine doing them in numeric order, which would be 2, 3, 4, 5, or doing them from right to left, which would give you 2, 5, 3, 4. 2, 5, 3, 4. Okay, let's look up these combinations. And then we can discuss how angry we're going to be if any of them show up. Okay, I'm going to look up 3, 5, 2, 4 first. Okay, no 3, 5, 2, 4. So that means it doesn't work looking for those rightward facing books going right to left, top to bottom. Now let's try 2, 3, 4, 5, which is just them in ascending order. 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Okay. So our last chance is to find the rightward facing books from right to left. So that makes it 2, then 5, then 3, then 4. 2, 5, 3, 4. No. The only other thing I can think is maybe right to left, bottom to top. That would give us 4, 2, 5, 3. 4, 2, 5, 3. No. Okay. Well, that was a great idea. It was very compelling. Brian says 9732. That sounds familiar. Like we've checked 100 different numbers over the course of this. Have we tried that one? I guess we haven't tried that one. You'll have to explain to me on what basis you're choosing it, but let's look up 9732. No. How did you get that, though, Brian? No reasoning, just guessing. We tried a bunch of numbers. Okay, so it feels to me like maybe you've been onto something regarding this rightward facing books. Is there any other way you could think of ordering those? Having chosen those books, the 2, the 5, the 4, and the 3. Any other reasonable way you could think of ordering the books? That makes no use of the bust, which we all feel like should be used. Did I try 4, 3, 5, 2, says the chat. I believe, no, I didn't. That's right, left to right, ignoring bottom and top. Why on earth would we go left to right? I don't know, but let's look for it. 4, 3, 5, 2, nope. The right book in the right order. All right, if you think about, if that's the answer, if the answer is to pick the rightward facing books, then we'd want to look for that right question again. Like what would be right to left? It breaks my heart to give up, especially since we got a new idea. Sometimes the rule I like to go by is you give up when you can't even think of a reasonable idea for an amount of time. And the fact that Ginny came up with a very nice idea would seem to reset the clock. The right book in the right order, and you found the rightward facing book. We say the right facing books, but that's kind of a stretch too, right? I mean, who's to say whether they're facing right or not? But yeah, I mean, I do buy into the basic idea. Rightward facing books. Okay, so if we found our 4 books, even I'm setting aside the fact that these are ambiguous numbers. Game Brigade says, I Googled Diogenes. Is that cheating? I mean, yes, it's cheating, but at this point, it's cheating well within the boundaries of what we're allowing ourselves to do. Does it help us? There is Diogenes' number, someone was saying, but that would really be insane. Game Brigade, Diogenes died in 412, based on the bust, but he was actually born in 412 and died in 323. Oh, I did think of something to mention. That, one of the reasons why we play these games and try not to give up and spend so much time is that even when you don't solve it, you're learning a little something about the universe. A little bit. You're when you're scraping at the bottom of the barrel, you occasionally get the little whatever it is, the piece of radioactive dust at the bottom of the barrel that teaches you something about the way the physics of the universe works. So, here's a challenge for you. Jonathan is usually pretty good at getting how I'm thinking, but let's try this little meta challenge for you. The game says very clearly you can't use the internet, right? Okay. How could it be that the game might rely on us knowing that's a bust of Diogenes? What's an alternative way that we could be able to figure out some information like that, short of using the internet? Well, one way would be is if we learned it somewhere else. That's right. Now, I don't believe we have, but we are in this doctor's office, right? And here was the door we came through. So the game, we do have narrative information about the game that could be hiding some other clues. I mean, it does tell us to use the envelope, but we're looking for a safe. We know he's a paranoid freak. His name is Dr. Dark. Is it possible we missed taking a card or something? Doesn't look like it. Look for answers on the envelope. John says, another story could reveal that information. That's another frustrating thing. For all we know, the bust on the same bookshelf could be used for another puzzle in a different story. It's true. All right. So I think it's time for us to look at the hints. if nothing else, we're going to see how the hint system works. It breaks my heart a little bit, but here we go. So, how do hints work in this game? There's packets. So here's the 3 booklets for hint 1. And what are we trying to find? The card number that we're stuck at? 2671. Okay, well here's 2671. Says, hint number 1 is, 4 of these books have one thing in common. Well, we found several ways that 4 books could have one thing in common. We've got our right-facing books. We've got our books that only have one unique number. I'll tell you what I'm scared of at this point. I'm scared that I've, missed a card because they're stuck together. That has happened before. Let me just make sure. I was saying we played Chronicles of Crime once and spent a half an hour looking for a card, almost bought a new box. And it was because one card was stuck to another during printing. I'm just sort of rubbing these cards to make sure nothing's stuck to it, or that we didn't... I sure hope we didn't mess up a rule. I guess it's all going to be on me if I did. All right, well, is there going to be a second hint? I see, there are hints. There are a second set of hints. All right. So, doesn't feel like anything was stuck together. Are there typos in the author's name? That can't be it, can it? It's an interesting idea. I didn't notice any typos, did you? Homer, Plato, Dante, Doyle, Diogenes, these are all their correct spelling. Tolkien, that's right. Jane Austen, that's right. Freud is right. All right, we're going for hint 2. So that booklet is all the hint 1s. And I'll remind you that we're supposed to check off a hint 1. By the way, these are all circled. We checked a million different things. All right, now we're going to take a bigger penalty of hint 2. This will be the stronger hint. Is everyone prepared to accept the responsibility for looking for a hint, or does someone want to speak up and say, don't do it? I'm going to need a drink for this. This is not right. This just does not seem right. All right, everyone's okay with looking up hint number 2? After hint number 2, it's the solution. That's the only place you go after hint 2. All right, 2671, here we go. All right, in this book, which could not be any smaller. I guess the advantage of the tiny type is you won't read anything by mistake. Okay. The plaster bust statue has a date on it. Perhaps it's a clue to the order in which you have to enter the digits. Well, we certainly considered that. So what if we take our rightward facing books, 2, 5, 3, and 4, what? Put them in numeric order, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then did fourth one, first one, second one? That would be 5 is the fourth number in sequential order. Sorry, let's do it this way. So if 2, 3, 4, 5 are our 4 books that are facing right, then the fourth number would be a 5. The first number would be a 2. And then the second number would be a 3. And then what? We would just put the 4 at the end because it's the last one with no space? Five, 2, 3, 4. Nope. How else would this... The problem is we don't know if we've got the right digits. We've got books facing right. And we try the 9, 7, 6, 8. I don't know what... Did the hints make it any easier? No. We haven't solved it yet. Well, what we know is that this number here on the bust tells us something about the order that it wants digits. Could it be... This problem is there's only 3 digits there. Even, odd, even. Even, odd, even. Well, we do have 2 evens and 2 odds. But why would that make us think... Or birth year? Yeah, let's try ordering these people by birth again, even though that would be completely unreasonable. So if we wanted to order the rightward facing books by birth year, what would it be? Plato earliest. Sorry, Plato's not one of them. It's the 3, the 2, the 4, Homer. So Homer would come first. That would be 5. Who would be next? Let me just look up the 5 and look for 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 4, etc. No. Okay. It's time to read the solution and be angry. I'm going to read the solution, unless anyone has any other idea, because did we try 4, 3, 2, 5? 4, 3, 2, 5. Yeah, 4, 3, 2, 5 is not here. I'm not sure we haven't tried every combination. 4, 5, 2, 3. I'm not sure we haven't tried most of the combinations. I'm not even sure that's the rightward facing books. Okay, time for solution. Time to see how angry we're going to get. Let's have a vote. Get your vote in. I want you to vote from 1 to 10 at how angry I'm going to be when we read the solution. From 1 to 10. And when I say how angry I'm going to be, I mean angry at the game, not at myself. Brian says I'm going to be a 10 level of angry at the game. Jonathan says a 9 level of angry. My deepest fear is that I'm going to have missed the card in the deck. Somehow that is made up of the 9, 7, 6, and 8. Still, I don't know. All right. If there are no more bets, here we go. 2, 6, 7, 1 is our card. And here is the solution. Voting is now closed. If I had to guess, I would guess 10 as well. But let's see. The answer is 7329. I feel like we tried that. Did we not? We must not have tried it because there it is. 7329. There are 4 books on these 2 shelves with the names of the authors starting with the letter D. Doyle, Diogenes, Dante, and Dickens. If you place the books in chronological order, you will get the lock combination. First of all, we did observe the idea that these were Ds. That there were Ds. Doyle, Diogenes, Dante, and Dickens. If you place the books in chronological order, what does that mean, chronological order? A couple of us mentioned the Ds. I thought it might be D because the 4th letter of the alphabet was the 412. But I'm a little confused about chronological order. What does that mean, chronological order? I don't get that part. Are we meant to believe that Diogenes was born after Doyle? I don't get it. Order of authors' output in time? What does that mean? Order of authors' output in time? What does that even mean? What do you mean their works? Diogenes was born in BC, so how do you... Oh, I see. Diogenes is the 7, so he comes first. Then comes Dante. Then comes Dickens. Then comes Doyle. I see. Okay. So this relies on knowing the relative dates of Dickens and Doyle in a game that tells you explicitly you will never need the internet. So I would say, so let me just point out, if I showed you this and I gave you the instructions, pull the 7, you'd pull the Diogenes, right? Now I tell you pull the 3, okay, so you pull the Dante. Now I tell you pull the 2. Which book do you pull? That's our answer. Our answer is to pull book 2. There are 3 2s. That is a totally unacceptable puzzle. In addition to the fact that it's relying on us knowing the dates between Dickens and Arthur Conan Doyle, That's not right. That's completely unacceptable. That's a really, really unnecessarily terrible puzzle. Absolutely terrible. Furthermore, let me just point out, if there's two parts to this puzzle, one is identifying 4 books that have something in common, and then the second part is arranging their books in chronological order, you have just as good a reason to say, let's pick the 4 rightward-facing books. Or, the way we did, let's pick the 4 books with unique numbers. That would be 100 times more sensible. Pick the 4 and only 4 books with unique numbers, which are 9, 7, 8, and 6. That's what they have in common. They all have a unique number, and then order them chronologically, which we tried. And then we tried picking the 4 books that were facing right, and that wasn't the answer. That is really, really terrible. And then you're adding insult on injury to say so explicitly, this game, you never need to use the internet or your phone or anything, and then have it rely on knowing the publication dates of Dickens compared to Arthur Conan Doyle? And this game was translated into multiple languages? That's really, really unfair. That's really unfair. That's really angering. Yeah, that's not even, that's just assuming you know who all these people are. And how are you supposed to pick D? On what basis? If the game is saying, the way I thought, okay, maybe it's the D's, is I looked at this and I thought, okay, maybe this is some code telling us 4th letter of the alphabet, something, something. That's the only way I got D's and even considered D's. But it seems to be saying, hey, the only way you can pick 4 books that have something in common are the letter D? That's insanity. That's really ridiculous. That's really poor design. Why would you do that? Why would you design such a bad puzzle? Yeah, Brian won. That's a 10. That's a 10 level of anger. Because it's 3 ways wrong. It's wrong because the numbers don't correspond to unique books. It's wrong because it requires outside knowledge outside the game. And it's wrong because there are many ways you could pick 4 books. Wow. Wow. Well, there's a lesson to be learned here. It's not something totally new to us, but it is worth remarking on because it may be the first time we've encountered it here. When you play games like this and you get stuck, and you resist looking at a hint, you're making a wager. And the wager is that if you look at the hint, you're going to be unhappy that you looked at the hint because you could have figured it out yourself. That's the wager you make when you resist. Jonathan says, did the stream crash in anger? Yes, I saw the little reconnecting signal on my plugin so I could see that it was having trouble. So apparently the stream did crash in anger, and it's 85 degrees in here. So I don't know when it crashed, but it was only flashing for a little bit on my end. So I assume it was only off for a little bit. All I was saying is that we resisted getting a hint. And we made a bet that we were going to be sad we took a hint. What we weren't, because we would have been going on that forever. So Brian says, what's the verdict? Do you continue the game? I would have thrown it away. Well, I'm inclined to continue, but I think we switch modes. Like, there's no more working on a puzzle for 2 hours. We know we've lost trust in the designers completely. We've completely lost trust in the designers. So we're not going to spend 2 hours trying to solve a puzzle that could be unfair and unpleasant. So I say we keep going. It's 3:37 a.m. We got a couple more hours here. But we're not going to spend 2 hours on a puzzle anymore. We're now shifted into complete distrust of the authors. So we're playing a different game now. We're now playing the game of I don't trust you as a designer. And I'm not going to spend time on your puzzles when I think they're poorly designed and unfair. All right. Let's take a deep breath. It doesn't help that it's 86 degrees in here now. Well, we'll turn on the air conditioner when it's the next break. Oh, that was not good. Oddly, that's the first puzzle we hit that was so unfair. All right. Let's go back to the game for a little bit. Anyone, how do you guys feel about that? What's your anger level? Jonathan says, also remember a 12-year-old is supposed to solve that puzzle. There you go. You've just given us our Spinal Tap moment. The anger goes to 11. The idea that this is a game that a 12-year-old is supposed to solve. Really? Really, a 12-year-old's going to be able to chronologically order Dickens and Doyle. Totally insanity. Total insanity. I'll point out also, you can't walk away from that puzzle. That's not like an optional puzzle. You halted in your tracks until you solved that puzzle. Unreal. All right, well, it sounds like you guys don't sound as angry as I am, although you're in full agreement. Maybe it's not 86 degrees where you are. All right, here we go. Brian says, I would have trashed the game. Jonathan says, I'm curious to hear if Stacy solved it without hints. Okay. Open the envelope with the bookcase. It's like tear it apart. You give the door a light push and it swings open. Brian says, I would not give this another second of time. That's what Greg would say too. Greg would be like, this is ridiculous. Greg would not have been working on it for so long either. Okay, open the envelope with the bookcase. But now we're going to get something wonderful. We're in Dr. Dark's bedroom, it looks like, his secret lair. You click the table lamp on and find yourself in a small, messy bedroom. On the wall, you see a newspaper pinned to a corkboard. You cast a look at one of the articles, and to your surprise, it's about the bank robbery that got you locked up in here in the first place. On the bedside table, you find £100. Nice. You put your find in your pocket. Take card 3270. And we've actually got a physically turnable safe. That's pretty fun. And there is the newspaper article. An interview with Dr. David Dark, MD. And do they know it's not Christmas? All right, but before we do that, it says, take card 3270. So we are going to keep playing and finish chapter 2 tonight. But you could say this might be a reason to stop playing the game after chapter 2. Now let's take card 3270. The safe must be in this room. You take a look around, searching for places where a safe might be hidden. You look behind the big painting above the bed and bingo. There's a small safe embedded in the wall. There's a sticky note with numbers on the door. Rookie mistake. Never write the code to the safe on the safe, even when the code is in code. All right, that's pretty cool. So there's our safe. There's a post-it on it that says 6235. And then we've got a dial with an arrow on one side, and on the other side is a circle which reveals numbers. So 0, 91. Yes, we did have another stream hiccup. I could see it. You can't. I can see on my plugin it shows me in big bold when the stream reconnects. So I could see it disconnected. All right, let's keep going here. We've encountered this before. But what I was saying is that actually look at these numbers. The number to the right of the line is going up by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then it's the number to the left is going up on this side. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that looks like the pattern. 0 to 9 this way, and then 0 to 9 on the left this way. And probably this tells you which way to go. So if you had to guess, you might guess go to 6 clockwise, which is there's the 6. So that gives you the number 5. I'm just guessing this might be one way to open this. And then go counterclockwise. Let's see, should we go that many clicks counterclockwise? So would you go 3 clicks? 1, 2, 3 clicks counterclockwise and give you the digit 1. And then go 2 more clicks counterclockwise, 1, 2, to give you a 7. And then 5 this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gives you the digit 5. Let me just make sure the first one I did right. So 6 clicks. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's a possible combination code. What do you think about that? Seems a little too easy to me. Shall we try it though? 5175. 5175 does exist. Can you guys still see me? I believe you can, because it normally would give me a notification if you couldn't. Let's see if this is the code. Looks like it. You open the safe, but there's nothing inside but papers. You were hoping that there would at least be a check somewhere in there. You look through some of the papers. There's an envelope from the bank addressed to Dr. Dark. Demand for overdue mortgage payment. Amount owed £130,000 or euros. This is a final notice prior to the commencement of legal proceedings. Okay, so Dr. Dark is low on funds. You also find a retainer agreement for attorney services and several hefty bills from a lawyer. Looks like Dr. Dark hired a lawyer and wasted a lot of money on it. Take card 6149. And we haven't read this newspaper, but we have opened this lock. This safe, 6149. Okay. There's a small window hidden behind the heavy drapes. Could you climb out of it? You draw the curtains aside and open the window only to discover that there are bars on the window. You won't be escaping through here. Suddenly, you hear footsteps. Somebody must be in the office. Take card 4402. You think we're nearing the end here? Hard to know. Quick! Where do you hide? Behind the drapes? No, they'll see your feet. In the wardrobe? But what if they look inside? Without thinking too long, you climb under the bed. Second later, a pair of feet stops right in front of you. Suddenly, there's a loud bang as the door to the bedroom slams shut. The mystery person curses, and after fumbling for a few minutes, opens the door and leaves the bedroom. What's happened here? He came in, there's a loud bang, bedroom door slams shut, they curse, and then they leave. Take card 9615. What is that all about? I mean, we successfully hid out from them, but are they trying to trick us? You wait for a few minutes until you can hear the footsteps no more. You climb out of your hiding space, walk back through the office. You emerge into the corridor just in time to see someone enter the elevator hall. You go right past the elevator hall. It's not very safe to use it with people going up and down, and head for the stairs. Unlucky for you, the door to the stairwell has an electronic lock on it. Take card 5997. Seems like this might be the end if we can get out those stairs. So before we look at this, I guess we're supposed to put this newspaper article away, so we should read it first. And let's see where we went. So we went into Dr. Dark's office, then we went out, and we ran for the stairs, either this stairs or this stairs. Let's try on this side of the building now. All right. Let's read this before we put it away. Interview with Dr. David Dark, MD, the person who's in debt. Dr. David Dark, MD, is the head physician at the North Oaks Mental Health Clinic. In an exclusive interview with North Oaks Daily, he tells us that thanks to the excellent work of the clinic's doctors, there's been a steady decline in the number of hospitalized patients over the last 6 months. For instance, just 3 months ago, the number of hospitalized patients was 9, 5% from the total number of patients. A month later, it went down to 7, 4% of the total number of patients, before hitting a new record low of 6, 3% from the total number of patients. Read more on page 5. So this sounds like a little math problem where we could calculate the total number of patients. So I'm just going to put that on the bookcase envelope. There's total number of patients puzzle or clue. No point solving it now unless we're asked about it. Do they know it's not Christmas? Christmas came a little early for the customers of the North Oaks National Bank branch. On Friday morning, a man dressed as Santa Claus paralyzed the work of the bank for 3 hours. The man took 7 customers and 4 bank employees hostage. It didn't make any attempts to rob the bank or open the vault. Neither did he make any demands. He was arrested by the brave officers of the North Oaks Police Department as he tried to escape through one of the bank's windows. By a lucky accident, our special reporter, Jacqueline Miller, was in the building at the moment of the event. Read more on page 4. That's weird. Some weird numbers here. 374, but no sense that we should be trying to answer that. Okay, let's put these away. I'm leaving this room, so we're not supposed to be staring at them anymore. Don't know why. Okay, so we ran to the stairway, but the door is locked. Fortunately, you're familiar with this kind of lock. The manufacturer was careless enough to program a master key that's basically the last 4 digits of the lock's serial number. Damn, it appears that somebody ripped off the most important part of the sticker. It won't be easy to open the door, but since the serial numbers are automatically generated, you should be able to find a way to crack the code. Take card 6963. Okay. 6963. Sounds like a little simple bit of pattern sequencing. There's the code book, and here is its serial number. And we're told it's automatically generated. So you can see what the puzzle is asking us to do, which is come up with these 4 digits. So what have we got here? 235 to 705. That looks like it's multiplying by 3, right? 3 times 235 gives you 705, right? I believe so. Multiply by 3, and then what's happening here, though? Looks like you're adding. This is this number plus this number. And I think if I had to guess here, it looks like it's multiply by 3, add the previous number. This is going to be multiplied by 3. And then are we adding 235 to it? Yes, we are. Okay, I think it's multiply by 3, add 235. Multiply by 3, add 235. I think this is going to be multiply by 3. That's what my quick glance at the math tells me, but I could very well be wrong. Well, 3, if it is multiplied by 3, and that's a 55, that's 165, 9,165, is that right? 3 times 55 is 165, 365, so that would be 9,165. Is it just Fibonacci? No, it's not Fibonacci anymore. It's alternating. So my prediction would be 3 times 235 gives you 705. Is that right? Let's zoom in a little bit here. 3 times 235 is 690 plus 15, which is 705. Then if you add 705 to 235, you get 940, which is this next number. Now, if you multiply 940 times 3, you get 2,700 plus 120, which is 2820. So you can see the pattern. Multiply by 3, add 235. Multiply by 3, and then if you add 235 to this, you get 3055. So the next number in the sequence is this by 3, which is 9,000, plus 3 times 50 is 150, plus 3 times 5 is 15, so 9165. That's what I got. My math can be quite sloppy, though, so I wouldn't be totally surprised if I've done that math in my head wrong, but if not, I would expect to find 9165. All right. 9165. After all that struggle with those books, the brain is ready to do some productive work. The lock clicks and you open the door to the stairwell. At the same time, the lights go out. Weird, that wasn't me. I wonder what's going on. With a final glance behind your shoulder, you hurry down the stairs. To be continued. So you can see what's happened here. We've escaped with our second person, whose name was Ian James Banks, a new character in the Asylum. It looks like the first 5 chapters of part 1 are all going to be the initial stories of characters. And then maybe part 2 box are going to be either their conclusion story or a little look at their backstory. Well, I mean, what can I say? This chapter 2 has taken us 5 hours, almost all of it spent on that one completely ridiculous, unfair puzzle, which has really left me with the sour taste in my mouth for this game. We played yesterday and I was thinking, wow, this is a lot of content for $35, and it still is. But it doesn't take too much to make a game. There's so many games to suddenly not want to recommend a game. And when you add that puzzle that we got stuck on with several of the others where there were ambiguous answers, you start to get into a situation where I have a hard time recommending this to someone. Maybe you could just have a list of here are the puzzles don't do. Like that puzzle by this card number. When you get to this card number, just read the solution. Jonathan says, I still enjoy the production of the game. Well, Jonathan has got such a good attitude about these things. Jonathan and I have played a bunch of bad games, right, Jonathan? We played Dune House Secrets, which was very unfortunate, bad. We played another bad game, too. I'm trying to remember what it was. We also played some games that were very hard, that we spent days on. But Jonathan has a great attitude about these things. He doesn't get frustrated like me, that I can see. Maybe it's because he's safely on the other side of the screen. I can't see it. The heat does not help me either, but that was really a terrible, terrible puzzle. So, I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of this one either. And that safe one was oddly easy. Very weird range of puzzles here in terms of easy versus hard. Well, okay. I am enjoying the setup of the game. The fact that there are overlapping stories here. And I do think the production quality of these different envelopes is pretty impressive, that they have various things in it. There aren't that many more envelopes left. All right, so we're going to end it here. And we have to make a decision about what to do tomorrow. Whether you want to keep playing this or whether we should play a different kind of game tomorrow. Nicholas says, let's see. John says, the logic ones with the sysadmins were a little sloppy as well. Yes. Nicholas says, I like that you can make choices which will affect the following chapters. Yeah, those are weird. I don't have a great feeling for them yet. And the game has promised us that we can make some wrong decisions and get killed. We haven't seen any sign of that yet. Nicholas says, the next character will find the guard locked in the shower and have something new to do in the maintenance cabinet. Yeah, that's interesting. So one option is tomorrow we hit this again and then do it again on Saturday and again on Sunday. If we do that, we can finish part 1 totally. So that would be one option. Another option would be to stop playing puzzle games for Friday and Saturday and do that, be the detective game there. That's another option. Nicholas says he was disappointed in the bookcase puzzle. The one thing you could say is that our future playthrough chapters will go faster because we're not going to spend 3 hours on a puzzle anymore. The moment we hit the hour mark, the half-hour mark, we will be reading the solution. Nicholas says, yeah, we did think about authors with a D, and we did think about sorting chronologically, but not at the same time. That's right. We did do a test of sorting it chronologically. We did do a test of authors with D, but to try all those things in all those combinations, plus I was really convinced that it would have to be unique books. The fact that they weren't unique books really rubs me the wrong way. All right, well, we'll end it here. I'll turn on the air conditioner. I'll see you all tomorrow, but please do go to the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, which you'll find a link to on the About page of this YouTube page, and find the Game Queue thread and let me know what you'd like to play for tomorrow. If only one person says what they want to play, then that's what we'll do. I guess I might be inclined to stick with this for a little bit longer, but I could easily be convinced that the Friday and Saturday gang are the serious detectives and that they don't want to be messing with an inferior game. So you could convince me either way. I do appreciate the company, the help from everyone, Jonathan, Brian, Nicola. It was interesting to see that the whole gang got stumped for a couple hours there, and okay, we didn't solve it, but we put in we paid our dues, right? We paid our dues on that puzzle. All right, I'll see you next time.
Oh my God.